So, hey guys. Hey. Good afternoon. Or good morning, depends on where you are located. I would appreciate if this run today would be a little bit shorter. I'm not sure whether my mental can cope another 10-hour run. What Nadara was asking about the slime beforehand. Yeah, I know, I saw it. Yeah, that empty body last pick. Without that, bye-bye. A lot of things. I think the one I'm most proud of was the analysis, and that is also why it's so important to play the fights beforehand in your head. Was the analysis that we won't make it through the hard fight without both potions, and I think everybody can agree, like, of course in hindsight, but generally also how it played out, that it was of utmost importance to have like both potions in the hard fight. I'm extremely confident that without any of these potions, we would have easily lost the hard fight, and not a little bit, like quite by a lot, by quite a lot. So, isolating the win condition and then executing it accordingly was basically at the end what salvaged the run. Yeah, so that was super duper hyper important. So, in the... Oh yeah. That we drew Mental Fortress in the opening hand against the Time Meter was what ultimately made that fight so difficult, right? With the double Mental Fortress against the Time Meter, we wouldn't have had the struggle whatsoever. Still pretty certain that even with the double Fortress, many people would have used the Cultist Potion against the Time Meter whatsoever, and they would have needed to pay for that in blood. So in the analysis segment today, I would like to go through the card rewards we picked yesterday, and would like to, in kind of hindsight, see what they actually did do for our run. Just out of interest, you know, so let's do that first. So here we picked Bowling Bash. Yeah, that was important for Act 2 and also for Act 1. At the end of Act 1, okay, we were still healthy, but still. It was very important for the hallway fights as well, right? So here we pick Conclude. I mean, Fear No Evil at the end would have been better, but that is of course with the Lotus. Third Eye, I would assume it played. Empty Fist played. I mean, at the end, Reverse Stance Flurry played more than enough. Here we pick Pantograph Omniscience. Whoever doesn't pick Omniscience there, I mean, you see how the game ended. We had a shot on getting more Omniscience, but I think nobody here will argue that Omniscience was not one of the power cards in our deck at the end. Duplicating the power of our choice, basically. Rushdown was clear. Back of my Flurry of Blows was Game Maker. Here we skip these three, they would have not done anything. Here we picked Worship. Worship. Honestly, I don't know. At the end we were in Divinity several times, even without the Omniscience. And there were also quite a lot of fights where we just could benefit from this Omniscience into Worship play. Ultimately, there were also a lot of fights where the Worship was just clutter. So Honestly, I just don't know. Yeah. Instead, we also waived the wave of the hand. I mean, the wave of the hand at the end of the run would have definitely performed better than Worship. But, oh, we also hedged against Neko. Yeah, that is true. I mean, we had a 1 and 3 to get Sneko. We would have always picked it. I mean, I think we had the option after Act 2, but then we were already... I don't even know. But yeah. There was something about this. I'm not sure. Maybe we could have not taken it. I don't know. It was close. Follower says, sweet that I have 30-minute lunch at work so we can do the pre-talk and then after 4 hours. I mean, I actually, for the first boss. Yeah, for the first boss. Right. Okay. So, the problem with that very easy, very fast runs is that I usually want to do one more afterwards. Like if you get infinite in 2 hours or whatever, then very often my mind doesn't feel very satisfied. This mental fortress into Act 2 is, of course, I don't know. I mean, that is to be evaluated on a case-to-case basis. Crescendo Plus definitely did a good job. Empty Mind anyways. Heil Plus definitely. Evaluate Plus. Evaluate Plus, yeah? You saw how nice the Evaluate Plus plays in a defensive deck. The upgrade plays full. Tantrum, of course, I mean, if you would know that we get another one. But even then, I mean, we already had Rushon, that's very clear. Mental Fortress, if you skip this, you're dead. Bottle Lightning, Alpha, Protect, Crush Joints. At the end of the day, Alpha would have solved the snail. I'm not even kidding, right? I mean, squeezing the Alpha in at any point would have been easy. Squeezing the Beta in would have been doable. And after Omega, the snail fight would have been considerably easier. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's true, you know. I mean, we said Omega, we can proc her. Then she takes 50 while we are still blocking. We don't even need to play that many cards. So that could have helped, but I mean, ultimately it's nonsense. Right? So, there's this. Empty Mind this. Tantrum Plus, I definitely was good. There was a Reach Heaven. I mean, the Reach Heaven. But that being said, I mean, against the Snail, if you get Double Fortress, it should never be a problem. So in the end... Yeah, no, it's a good point, what Divya says. It would have helped the snail fight, but against the heart is complete garbage, right? So that is number 1. And number 2, I don't think... I mean, we really received little help in Act 3. And despite receiving little help in Act 3, we would have still been completely fine against the snail if we would have just set up, you know, our normal setup. So I do not really regret it that much. Cutthroat Plus, yeah, at the end, Cutthroat Plus was helpful though. I mean, Fear No Evil, of course, if you don't find any calm, but Cutthroat Plus also did a formidable job. I mean, we needed to skim for like very specific cards, and Cutthroat Plus definitely helped us with that. Study. I think Study, and this is important, right? I think we would have done considerably worse without the Study, even against the snail. And definitely against the heart. So... Your Crush Joints Plus helped a lot against Time Meter. So, I mean, it's a Crush Joints Plus. Protect Plus. Guys, what's about this? How did it perform? Like, sometimes it was clutter. But even against Deca and Donu, we could block in very formidable one time. That was very nice. Against the Time Meter, I make an argument that it was very good. It completely blocked the first. We actually always played it kind of on side. Like the first time we played it on side in turn 1, it was amazing for 1 card, block 16. I mean, there won't be better value than that. And even like in the redraw, we always had the safety with the Protect plus duplication. Or even the ability to block in with that. Against the heart, it plays the first draw and the second draw. I think it was quite nice. So... yeah, the upgrade Empty Mind But I mean, there were also no other good upgrades. So I guess. Taking Empty Fist Plus plate against the enemies. Cool. Prostrate Plus. I mean, you know, we might argue, of course you pick Prostrate Plus. But I'm pretty certain there are people who are skipping this. Yeah, time meter was this. I think the most thing is simply... empty body. People, I mean, some people wanted to not take that. What I'm simply regarding this as a non-pattern play run. You know, Study Plus, some pattern play does not include Study Plus. A lot of pattern play does include not taking Protect. A lot of pattern play does include not picking late Empty Fist Plus, even. A lot of pattern play includes not picking Prostrate Plus. And a lot of pattern play includes not taking Empty Body Minors at the end. Yeah. So this coupled with the ability to foresee the hard fight and how bad we are in the hard fight. I'm really proud of this run. That was really nice. Okay. Hey Antoine, welcome. Antoine joined in the time meter fight and he was like, hey, what's up? Do we have a hard run at hand here? Run already running for 6 hours, another 2 into the time meter. Hey, what's up? Did I miss something? What's going on here? Why has the Cultist potion not been used? What happens? Okay. So, take a look. Or some other analysis. Maybe some other analysis. I don't know. There's something open. So we did the enemies, all of the enemies. We did the events yesterday and realized that Act 1 events suck big time, especially early in the run. Especially if life total does count. For the Ironclad is a little bit different because you do have that HP, right? So if you go into the Act 1 question marks, you do have the HP. You can eat a Scrap Ooze. You can eat a Shining Light. You can eat a Bird of Poop. But the Watcher doesn't have that life total available. So you cannot really do that. So yeah, we went through the events. Did we go through the relics? I don't know what the relics. Yeah, yes, okay, here's our information. So the odds of getting a particular relic are 3 to 1, yeah? Common, uncommon, rare. Then chests have their own rare chances. So there are 3 different chests, some people might not know. So there is a small chest, there is a medium chest, and there is a large chest. And large chests are less often than small chests, usually it's like small chests. But they reward different gold / rarity. So what you're usually looking at is like 25 gold if you have this, but only sometimes. The medium chest gives you like an average 17 gold. And the large chest, and that is sick, you know, gives you like 37 gold in average. But generally it will be rather 15. So that's what you're looking at. A little bit of gold. And yeah, of course large chests, they have like bigger. But because you cannot really influence the chest size, it's probably better to just take a look at this, right? Which is, it's not so often that you find rare relics. Commons and uncommons are way more prevalent in this Spire, for whatever that's worth. It's not that we can really influence it by a lot. So this is just, you know, not very important information. What was the main takeaway of this run? I think the main takeaway is that, like always, it's very important to understand what kind of enemies might pose a problem to your deck. In this very case, we isolated that we will have a problem against the Corrupted Heart. without, and the solution we already had in our potion belt. But that also directly meant that we are not allowed to touch those potions. So that is one takeaway. I think another takeaway is that Protect Plus is a good card, or a decent card if you have a lot of energy. Which is not complete new information, but I mean Protect in Act 3 will turn up to be upgraded in 1/4 of the times. You have a 10% chance to see a specific common card in every fight, right? So you can usually expect to have, let's say, 8 fights in Act 3, so you will usually see every common card roughly 1 time. And this specific common card being upgraded 25% means that is not irrelevant, because it is a common card. And common cards are common out of their nature, which means you will probably see an upgraded Protect every 5 to 7 runs in Act 3. Let's make it every 7 runs. So this information is not invaluable. Honestly. I mean, if you are already having 5 energy or more, probably Protect Plus is simply a good pick if you do not have other retain block at that moment. We will be able to utilize that, for sure. Other than that, not much. But good enough for me. Boss relic evaluation. Sure, we can do that also very quick. So, speaking of boss relics, there are some better ones and some worse ones. And I won't put it in gold value, just like in very good, good, bad, and very bad, right? Just to make it quicker. I think we went over them enough. Very good. Decent, because Watcher can utilize it. Quite bad, or very bad, but not devastating, right? So it's not even there. They are not even very bad, you know. I mean, bad, you know. It's not very bad. Sounds like, oh, now the run is like lost or something. It's just, you know, bad. Normal, whatever. Very good. Normal, bad, bad, maybe very bad, but probably bad. Good, because lesson learned. Good, very good. Normal, very good. Normal, maybe good. Normal, maybe good. Normal, maybe good. Bad, normal, normal, bad. Right? So, this. But there is not as much variance as people might like you to believe. It doesn't fluctuate between very good and very bad. It fluctuates between very good and bad. Snecko is super risky. Snecko, you have 2 energy cards in your starting deck. So you start with a Snecko on +2. And these are also exactly the cards you want to play. You find any kind of expensive attack card and you're set for the run. Now you need to find that card, but you know. Obtain a random rare card is complete horse crap. Obtain 3 random potions is garbage like hell. But we have lose nearly nothing. Obtain something nice. What, Blackstar? Blackstar is not a problem. Bell is also not a problem. No. No problem. No problem attached. We just went through it. The tungsten rod is rather bad. But we also didn't pay much for it. So I guess we will just live with it. Against the Guardian I mean maybe against the Guardian can do a little bit, but naja. Rather not. Does rod change our analysis for question marks? Not much, let's say. I mean, in hallways it will also save you 1 HP. In question mark it also saves you 1 HP. I don't know. Probably not really. But it is to be said that enemies sometimes inflict 2 damage and then suddenly the 2 is 1 is kind of nice. So what happens here? This is pretty bad. This is pretty bad. It solves the birds. It's good against the birds at least, sure. Judging from the perspective, I would rather like to take the Burning Elite late. Because it's kind of not much difficult than the normal Elite, but we get the Burning out of the way. So that's fine, right? If we do this, how would we like to play the early of the act? Now it always goes through these. But somewhat... Okay, we can either do this, fire into Elite, fire into Elite. What? No, Tungsten is nice for the heart, of course, sure. Ich hab schon, denke ich. Alles, ich bin versorgt. Dankeschön. Oh, wait, there is... No. Okay. So, these are the two options. The one goes here, the one goes here. Which one should we take? The right one goes not through a fire, the left one goes through a fire. Yeah, then I would like to take the fire. Fire is better than hallway or question mark. Is it better than hallway? Yeah, I think so, right? I mean, card choice 50. Especially the later card choice is not more than 50. Potion drop 70, gold 85. Yeah, that should be better. So, if we do this, we have fire into Elite. Do we have an early shop? No. Doesn't matter, there is a potential for this shop, so that's also okay. Does right one have fire before lead? This would have fire before lead and a shop, so that's better. It's also have question mark into shop, so that's better. But you lose the fire against hallway. So this shop both have. If we take this, we would take the hallways, right? Because usually hallways question marks are really bad if they do not go into a shop. So we have either the option to go for 5 hallways into fire elite, 6 hallways, fire continue the journey, or alternately we have a hallway question mark. Good maybe that if we lose gold in this question mark, we even would have deviation option. But the deviation option also loses a fire. So, but if we find a strong attack card, we could, if we lose the gold, we could deviate here. Alright? So, it's an option. I don't know. It's a little bit tricky because in this shop we cannot really fill potions. If we fill potions, we find another one is sad. I mean, ultimately we go here anyways, right? So, ultimately we can just go here and then decide. Option. What, we took some heat in advanced hallways lately? Yeah, but that is that was only because we really low rolled on the advanced hallway. I mean, with our picking behavior, we should have not problems. Specifically not if we are allowed to use a potion, that is. Yeah. Yeah, also if you find a good attack in the first two hallways, we could even remove a strike. Maybe. So, threshold party. So 19 unfortunately is not hitting a threshold. So we just kill the slime. And then eruption strike does kill. Yeah, we will never go into eruption if we cannot kill. So therefore, attack, and nothing. We have 6 block. Or kill. Tungsten plays full. Okay. Tungsten roll. Gleich mal 1 HP gesaved. The life savior. The one life savior. Ah, the tungsten rod value, yeah, okay. Okay, pressure is not so good. There's like Katsu. I take it. Okay. Tunnel vigilance is clear. Eruption would kill with the scissors or whatever, so I definitely block this. We don't benefit by attacking here. Now this is a clean kill, I like this. High roll the gold again. Yeah, now Sash Whip isn't what we are looking for, right? Especially not upgraded. Do we have another upgrade? Yeah, Eruption is another upgrade, specifically with the Cutthroat Fate. Cutthroat Fate is also a potential upgrade. So we already have like one upgrade buffer, but one must upgrade. Which would help us, well, for example, upgrade. And then upgrade Scissors even. And under here we definitely found something else to upgrade. What? Prostrate? No, why? Doesn't make sense, right? Why would you take it? It feels strange to actually get gold again. We had ectoplasm for so long. You mean for like 10 hours or what? Okay. Those are good fights so far, and the good cuts of fate. How strong do we feel? Yes, also what do you mean how strong? I mean, we are not picking these, right? I mean, Prostrate is not even good against the Guardian if you think about it. I mean, it's a 0 energy block. You're looking for something different. So, are we going for the burning path? Naja, we always go for the burning path. I mean, the late burning elite is out of the question. I think the question is the deviation point. Oh, it's a deviation point whether we want the shop or not. Yeah. So, what did we pick now? We only picked one card, and that was Cutthroat Fate. We did not find potions. Not having found potion means we might want to have more hallway fights. Might. So what speaks for the one, what speaks for the other? Naja. If we didn't find potions, the deviation is much worse. We go here, let's say we get the cleric, we remove. Now we deviate here, we do not find a potion again. Then we run into this with a non-upgraded eruption number 1. Number 2, not with any good potions. Number 3, this is not really dealing damage. Seems to be completely under-equipped for me. Which means that this deviation option is not the real one. So that would mean, do we do this or not? Now, if you go here, now we could buy a potion. Because this cannot overlay a potion. Which means if we go here... But what if we lose gold? I mean, then it's so bad, right? Yeah, that would be extremely bad. Now, if nothing happens, we can go here. Then we can remove a card. Which I guess is also semi-weird. Because do we want to remove strike? Do we want to remove, like, defend? Probably defend, but defend before guardian. Weird. We could buy a potion, but do we really want to buy a potion into a 2 elite act? Not really. It doesn't really make sense, does it? I don't think so. Just imagine we find a potion, then we go here, we use one potion, and then we suddenly overlay potion. On the other hand, we can just take more hallways, get our deck better, don't even lose that much HP in the process, we get potions and cards. We never overlay potions. We can mitigate the potion percentage. Then we upgrade Eruption to this, should be doable. We can even use a potion, can refill. We also get the fire. Don't forget about that. And then we have a good shop here. That has to be better. Yeah. It's never the elite without the fire. No. Okay, that's good. I would also, of course, strike this. So here we have kill. Yeah, good easy hallways, also high roll gold, whatever. Ooh. Ooh. Ah! 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 Let's take the curse. Which curse? It's a dead card now. It is. Foresight is a no-brainer. No-brainer. Uha. I know a lot of people who would easily skip this Foresight here. But yes, that's... also we evaluated that like 3 runs ago. That we are skilled enough that we can pick Foresight. Foresight increases skill. If increased skill... Also with our skill it's positive basically. Yeah. So it's kind of we can do that. Yeah. Foresight Lagavulin not only, but also Foresight Nob we saw, Foresight Cubes we saw, Foresight Guardian is huge. It's still better than the Omniscience Curse. Yeah, Omniscience Curse. Are you with your curse? I mean, second Omniscience and we have Solve at hand. But yeah. But I agree. We probably take the Foresight. The Omniscience at the end of Act 1 is usually also better because you might find extra energy and then it becomes considerably better. At the same time, you also lose like 1 pick, which increases the chance to get a second Omni into your deck. So if you take the first Omni, I mean the first boss already has like a 15% to give you another Omni, right? And you're kind of receiving this opportunity by picking it now. But yeah, it's heavy into Act 1 hallways. Specifically if they are of advanced hallway nature. And it's also very heavy into even Act 1 Elite. So yeah, let's not take that. Let's rather pick the good card. It's very interesting because again, I mean I do that quite often, but I want to point out that we did take 3 hallways and we bricked on the potions. Which is 12% only. So we completely hyper low rolled that. And if we would have taken this path, we would have now an elite without potions, like hyper low roll. At the same time, we also kind of low rolled the attacks. I mean, yes, we have a Cutthroat Fate in our deck. But I'm just saying, usually you would skip this, right? And then you just had so many skips, which would be kind of unacceptable. Without less kill, you should skip Foresight? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, the Foresight, I mean, if you do not scry wells, scries go down in value. Yeah, absolutely. But that is true for anything which manipulates, right? Another reason why some relics are being regarded as not that great until you can actually play with them, and then suddenly they are really, really good, you know. For tungsten again. Wait, you want to tungsten that? Yeah, Toolbox for example as well. Yeah, Toolbox is so sick. Yeah. Okay. So, if you bring this to 16, triple attacks 3 kills, but then we take 5. No, we don't, because then we have enough energy. No, it's fine, we can do that. I mean, she's not even guaranteed to attack this turn. So, I guess. Tungsten 2. Yeah, but maybe we shouldn't count it that way, because we would have played it different if we would have actually taken damage. So, yeah. Yeah, Cutthroat on the front. Kill first? What do you mean kill first? We are not killing anything here. We are probably playing cut through, and then we probably go triple block. Yeah, that's probably what we do. She never attacks next turn. What cuts through defend? Vigilance, miracle, defend. What? No, triple block is the best defense. You need to take this, right? Yeah. And we could also do it this way. This takes 1 more damage. What takes 1 more damage? What do you mean? It was worth playing 2 block for calm. 2 lifeless for calm. Ooh. What, or just kill? Kill. And then taking 3. Why are you guys all so eager to take 3? I don't see it. Why not like taking 1? Then next turn kill on the red or not. Yeah, that solves. Oh crap, what? Oh my god. Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, it does not always solve, it's actually pretty bad. And that's where we cry. That wasn't supposed to happen. Yeah, that was bad. Yeah, that's my... Nine, it's not unfortunate. It's just like my bad. I fucked up big time. Big time. Ja. Ja, es ist halt echt so, ich bin immer so quick early, ich weiß auch nicht. Ich bin irgendwie so, complete brain dead, Mann, scheiße. Das war schon bad. So, I just took, wow, oh my god. I took 17 multiplied 2 sevens. 28% on 27. 17 multiplied 28%. Oh my god. I just said life loss 4 or something. Yeah. There's nothing I can do about the but look, ach, this is complete blinded, I don't know. Fuck, yeah. It's also bad. Yeah, 9, ich meine, I could have just striked, yeah. That was really bad. Yeah, play too quickly. Complete garbage play. Yeah, no, that was not a what? 9, like I handicap ourselves a little bit here. So just like did we have 3 strikes in the last draw, or did we have 2 strikes in the last draw? Three strikes, oh mein Gott, scheiße. Oh. Ja, das ist dann schon, ja, das ist schon extrem ugly. I mean, we go, usually it's like, we go 20, then we block 3 times against 16, we take none. And We take none. The guy is on 20. And 20 means... 20 means... 20 means Catastrophe Strike. Strike does not kill, but Eruption does kill. The standard is we draw 1 block and maybe 2. So either Eruption is kill or Catastrophe double defend. We take 4. Or double defend, we take 4. But only if she attacks 60% multiplied 4, 2.4. But only if we break on the Eruption. We probably take in average 1.7, 1.6. And I manipulated it in a way that we take... $4.6 instead of 1.6, so life loss 3. Wow. Wow. Ah, crap. So bad. At least we got the fruit juice, which is worthless. I think bowling bash over garbage. Also, if this guy both strikes and defend our deck, no, that was not the line. No. Okay. So, bowling bash on this is clear. We cannot play that different. Let's not play this fight with the last in the mind. No, absolutely not. So... yeah, the fruit juice is also not benefiting for us. Yeah. So there are 2 options. The one is foresight. We end for a hard one. Yeah, it's true. I mean, this slaver usually throws for 9. So... we know that the slime attacks next turn, so we need to kill him next turn. I have the feeling that foresight is extremely effective against the slaver. Why? Because sometimes you cannot attack and then you can scry away your attacks. So it seems to me that foresight is a must play. But it's also a must play to kill this spike slime next turn. Right? So it's clear, right? We need foresight online. It's also that we don't redraw the foresight and that I currently do not see killing this quickly within an eruption on 2 energy. It's a must play. We probably gain the value relatively quickly back. Once we redraw the foresight, it's completely devastatingly bad. And I do not see us killing this quick. Rather the opposite. So, what did we pick for cards until now? Bowling Bash is not very good against the back one. Cutthroat Fate gives some leverage, but it's still not with the energy. We don't have any enhanced block, and this also still costs 2. So it's a pretty bad fight for us. So how do we do it? Can we ever go into Eruption next turn? I guess we could if he throws the net. Which he sometimes does. So either he attacks again or he throws the net. No. What happens if he throws the nets? Well, I'm afraid it will be hard if no net. So what you're saying is we cannot really block in, or what? Do we even have options here? Options? Yeah, we can play this, 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 and this. What do you mean? The entire hand is an option. So given that we need to kill this guy. So if he throws the net, we can just kill him next turn with attacks, right? So why would we play anything on this guy now? If he throws the net, hell, we can even go Eruption to kill this guy. Right? Right. We see it beforehand, what the pattern is. So it seems to me pretty nonsensical to attack this, if we can just attack it next turn. But I also have to say that we kind of want to Vigilance, right? Yeah. I also have the feeling that we can beat this guy. Like, if he, what does he do in average? 14, 9, and the net. Whereas the net for us is pretty positive, right? Because if he throws the net, then the next turn we usually can block in. So in average he attacks for 15 or whatever. And we can probably block this in average. I'm thinking about taking 8 to preserve, yeah. The question is what the miracle does for us, right? But I guess the miracle, for example, does for us that. What does it even do? I don't even know. I mean, I guess at this point we just hope that the back one. I mean, the miracle gives us Vigilance Eruption, for example, if you want that. It gives flexibility. Like attack, 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 and then block, or what? No. I mean, the flexibility it gives is like Vigilance Eruption. That's the flexibility. Hey, Pop Monkey, thanks so much for the sub, man. Cut into Vigilance and what? Defend? What? I don't know. It seems that it's better to block. Because we can manipulate 3 attacks next turn, right? Can we always manipulate 3 attacks next turn? No. It depends, right? What was it about Vigilance Eruption? 6, 9, 12 against 18. It's never something we want to do, right? Probably not. So I don't know. Does it? Weird. Huh? So if you need 3 attacks, we will also find them, or what? No. Because let's say 2 attacks are in the top, we don't find them. But it's not worth to deal the 6 damage here, right? I mean, these are specific draws. I don't know. I mean, we are very often not... I mean, 1 attack? What does that mean? We scry 2 away, we draw 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 can still break. Let's say 1 attack is in board, these two. Then scry this, okay, 4 draws. Also 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we also break, kind of. But it's rather unlikely to break. Can we against the Slaver, can we hold up? Yeah, we can Vigilance defend for extra energy. Or we can triple defend for extra energy. Sometimes we can even go... Yeah, okay, then I play the defend, yeah? I mean, when do we ever Vigilance Eruption? Is that ever? Vigilance Eruption strike block. This blocks 9 against 18. Maybe we take 8. After we already took. Not in our interest, right? Interesting. Net 9. Ooh. So, ugly. You take the 8, I guess. If we can scry the deck, we get another one later. Right? So the deck is 8, we draw 5. If we draw the last card. Right? We could also scry this, but that's bad, because then we might not have the full attacks. Right? If we do this and we don't draw a strike. Is he 100% to throw the net next turn? No. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Ja, I keep it, oder? Ich meine, if we do this, and then we draw, how many? 3? No, 4. So what? Ultimate low roll run? Yeah, you mean because no potion, no potion, no potion, no potion, no potion, no potion? And what is with the attacks or what? Yeah, no real attack. Okay, this is at least AoE. This is okay. I don't even know ultimate low roll run. Ah, okay. Oh, yeah. And the advanced hallway is, okay, the reds, which are usually easy, but misplaced, so big time take. And then next hallway, super duper difficult hallway. Ja, schon pretty garbage. Ja, doch, schon. And then also the patterns, right? Ja, ist schon pretty garbage. So, also hier jetzt entweder das oder das. Ja. Und das ist jetzt halt, zum Beispiel 4, ja? Also zum Beispiel das und dann 4 oder was? Und 4 Karten could be 1, 2, 3, 4 und dann wir ein Complete Armor. Ja, das geht nicht. If you want to kill this guy now, then we have to play it this way. There's also Vigilance play. It's garbage, right? Cannot do that. Let me just take 10 and also flying. Can never do that. So, take blah blah? No? So now we get Curse, at least we get Scry. So we take. Okay, he throws the net. So we need to do it this way. The turn after he will attack for 21. Okay. What net is good at least? Yeah, he can attack for a lot, I don't know. Let's fix that hand. How do you fix it? With cut throwers. And now you want to pull 1 and Vigilance, or what do you want to do? Try these away. We have 2 options here. The one is like to take Strike. Then we draw another strike. Then we have a scry 3, where we scry 2 strikes away. If we do this, we would play Bowling Bash and strike now, with the result that Vigilance is automatic calm. And that's also probably what's happening here, right? The other option would be to draw one more card, which could then be the defend, which is set. Then we could do Vigilance, but it hurts our damage, and does not even benefit our eruption damage. Why? Because 6 plus 7 is 13, and 29 we can still not do with the eruption without the Vigilance. Which would mean we would need to actually draw the Vigilance. But there's also not a low chance to draw the Vigilance, so it's like 50-50. Right? So? But what about if we actually say... Oh, we could also just go into Vigilance regardless. No, we cannot. So... How does it look if we go Vigilance? And then we have Eruption. Does Eruption usually kill? He is on 42. Does Eruption kill or not? Eruption does only kill with triple strike. So that seems to increase the risk of ruin. Or it seems to increase the risk, right? Can we confirm that? Also, the next hit is kind of low. 14. We can still block in with the Vigilance then. I'm pretty certain this is the correct play. Let's do this. So it's not hopefully not 21. 21. Perfect. Vigilance Eruption. We don't have any option. Vigilance Eruption. Vigilance Defense. No option. So he attacks for 9. Fuck. It's so freaking bad. Okay. You think you would get annoyed very fast? Team 12 finally. Tough run. We have 27 in the fire potion. I don't think it's so tough. What did you say? 27 in the parry? That is like 55 HP. No problem there. Nothing to be seen. Seriously though. What do we do? What is solved? Why is it solved? Because defend, cut. But only if you draw cut. We can cut into eruption as well. So I guess. Oh mein Gott, komm jetzt. Das ist doch scheiße, echt. Also. What did you say? 22? 22 we can only solve with it's like we only have 20. So we have how many draws for the thing? Does 2 attacks change anything? Yeah, with 2 attacks we kill, of course. If we pay 2 attacks it goes to 16. And cut is always pulling attack. So that would kill. But then we take another 3. Now what is the likelihood of not drawing the out? 6 plus 5 is 11. And we currently draw 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. No. 11 cards in the dude. We draw 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 11. 7 out of 11. And if we draw 7 out of 11, with like 62%, and 38% we take 5 or 10, depending on whether we drew triple defense in 3 cards, 4 cards, which we never do. If we draw vigilance in the first hand and we break on the other, we take another 7. So in 38% of the times we take, in average, 9, 8. That is already the 3 life loss from here. We always play the card so we only have 2 energy? No. If we draw Vigilance Defend but no Eruption. If we draw Vigilance Defend but no Eruption, we play Vigilance Defend. And then we take 8. Then we take 7. But usually... And even 38% multiplied 7 is too much. Also putting that aside, we cannot even like manipulate more life total. I mean, the swing here is actually real. What if it's equivalent to the 3? You might as well try to take 0? No, the opposite. You don't want to have like variance now. Yeah, get the Rollins was Sean said. I mean, we should never take the 2, which is kind of like, you know, because there was either we use the Vigilance and the block for block, then we don't take the 2, especially not if she does not attack again, but generally not, and then we can just burst the next turn the right and the left, but definitely at least 1. If we draw Eruption without these strikes, we also take 0, then we take 0. If we draw Eruption plus strike, we also take 0. If we draw the strikes to kill this one, but Eruption is still in the deck, we take 0. So... And if we only draw defense, we also take only 0. Because then we can kill the right one the next turn and then the left one. Yeah, that was definitely correct not to take the 2. But then, once the draw was as it was, I should have taken the 1.6 instead of the 4.6, right? Yeah, so 3 life loss in a bad situation. 3 HP in average from pattern play. 3 HP is quite a lot, man. Hey Moonshield, thanks so much for the sub, man. It's very much appreciated. So, okay, I think we just need to take this 3. I just don't want it because like I cannot believe that we are getting farmed so freakingly hard. I mean, we got smashed into our face like turn 1. For like, you know, realistically 3. That was okay-ish, right? That was okay-ish. But the second attack for the vulnerable was already absolutely not okay-ish. I mean, this sucker, why does he make us vulnerable, you know? For 8. We kill the green slime. There, the net would have not been a problem, but unfortunately he didn't throw the net. Then we take another 8, which was unacceptable, and then what? Then he throws the net. But somehow our draw is also weird. Then he attacks for 21. He didn't need to do that. He can attack for 13, but he attacks for 21. Did we block in? A little bit, we take another 7. Unacceptable, we take again. Das ist unbelievable, Mann. Das kann fast nicht sein, Mann. Das ist so unreal. Okay, na gut, cut through fate. Also. So, the draws where we draw, I don't even know. Also, ja, ich muss mal hier echt mal ein bisschen, ich bin so tilted. So ein bisschen. Small tilt hier. So, what are the options here? So, if we have Vigilance and Scissors in the hand, would we play the Scissors or would we block in? Scissors is 5 block. And deck has 7 cards. So, honestly, it's the same result. Naja, because it doesn't really matter whether you try to find your eruption to take so much less. How much less? Yeah, it's actually only 3. Also we would still try to fish for the eruption because we pay 3. But in the best case we save 7. So we would always do that. So it's basically literally 11, 4, 7, 7 out of 11, 60... 63%, 37 to take. 37 to take the 10. 37 taking 10 is unacceptable. So, we need to take the 3 here. It's schon freakingly absurd. It's schon freakingly absurd. Yeah, so this pulls always an attack. We really would have bricked. Oh, no potion, Mann. Oh, Mann, ey, das gibt's doch nicht. Oh, Mann, ey. Oh. Oh, Mann, ey. Oh, das ist halt natürlich genau das, was man nicht so sehen will. Auf 26, aber gut. What rest? Was meinst du resting? Die können doch nicht resten mit der Sit. Ist das Lucky mit 3 Energie? Ist das Lucky over Cut oder was jetzt? Ja, no. We need Eruption upgrade and we are still good against the Knob. Ja. If we do it. Ich weiß es gar nicht. Aber probably yes. What do we take against the Knob? Against the Knob we take 16, is that correct? While I guess with double cut through we can... What if we bottom deck Eruption, we take that? What cubes is more difficult? No, we have Bowling Bash against that. Okay, let's go through the enemies. Option number 1. What? Guys. The Halt. Okay, what about the Scissors, okay? And it's definitely the Scissors. I mean, what are we even talking about here? So, so now, the thing is we cannot fight the elite fights with an Eruption on 2. We can neither fight the cubes on the Eruption for 2, we cannot fight the Knob on the Eruption on 2, we cannot fight the Lagavulin on 2. So, different enemies call for different stuff. Number 1, the cubes. We do have Bowling Bash. Bowling Bash Eruption kills 1 cube. But Bowling Bash also kills a cube without the Eruption. We have 24 HP, do we lose the 24 HP? But probably not, because tungsten says we have 28. And 28, if you kill a cube, is usually not what you take. Specifically not if you have foresight as well. So, honestly, I think cubes are not a problem. We might go to 2 or whatever, we find a potion. Then we go here, it's still not a problem because we have like all the scissors, and then we might be able to rest. Is resting an option? Yes, our upgrades are complete garbage besides the eruption. Number 2. Lagavulin. Lagavulin, we have eruption on 1, that is good. We have foresight on 1, that is good. And 24 HP means, and foresight enables us to open with this or in combination, and we vigilance out first. We probably take, let's say, we block 13 and maybe block 5, so we take 14 plus 6. And that is 20, but we are on 24, so we go to 4. Perfect. Knob. Knob. What is our deck damage currently? Our deck damage, we draw through our entire deck in 3 easy. Probably faster. So, even if we would only go through the deck damage, how much is that? 21, 27, 33, 39, 45, 90, 99. Our deck damage already killed. So what about the knob? Where is the problem? Bottom deck eruption? What bottom deck eruption? We have these for no reason, right? Yeah, also by turn 2 we always have eruption set up and then turn 3 is the kill. What have we been talking about here? Please. I mean, we need to be a little bit realistic. What do you want to do there? Skip the elite or what? And this is no. So, cut. Yeah, wow. What we hard try for eruption? And the foresight? What foresight is dumb? Yeah, it's probably dumb to not play the foresight, because then it appears again in the redraw, and we basically with a double scry foresight. Foresight also guarantees the eruption turn 2. Didn't we just talk about that? I mean, the rest is correct, right? That they scry this away to get eruption. But I mean, this foresight is like a must deploy. What? Ein anderes Mal starten? Nee, ich starte jetzt neu, ja? Guys, ich starte jetzt neu mein Chat. Weil die mich von Windows sonst zu hart belästigen. Yeah, I start the chat new, I drink a coffee. Ja, and then... ich muss mal hier neu starten. Tja, wow. Hey, Mann. Okay. Good, we are back. So, what? Risk of Ruin? Nee, gar nichts. Nee, was Risk of Ruin? Wir haben überhaupt nicht Risk of Ruin, 0. The question is life preservation or not. So, if you want to play the Foresight, the Vigilance cannot be played. We could only do this because we have Bowling Bash, otherwise we would have died against cubes. So here the play is Foresight. The Miracle Vigilance unfortunately does not prevent life loss next turn. You see that, right? We could only play Foresight, keep the Miracle Vigilance into Eruption, it doesn't work. So the only thing which Vigilance would give us that we can go Eruption Vigilance next. Oh no, actually it does work. We can go... Okay, we can keep Vigilance for 2 life preservation. So we draw the strike now. Yeah. There was something about keeping Vigilance and then what we have forced to always find Eruption. That is itself incorrect, right? Because if you draw the strike now, the deck is like what you see. And let's say you scry Vigilance, strike, what do? Do you scry the strikes away to guarantee draw Eruption? And then Vigilance Eruption, I don't play strikes? Probably not. Right? So no, we cannot do that. Correct? We didn't now play Foresight, we cannot do that. Don't have the energy for that. If we have to scry Vigilance, we draw this now, we scry Vigilance Eruption, defend, what do we do? We scry defend away, and we draw... bad. Currently the deck is 8. If we keep the strike, it goes to 7. So we need to scry 5, otherwise we need to scry 2 cards, otherwise we do not even have a scry. It doesn't make any sense. You're saying if we draw the Vigilance. If we draw the Vigilance, the deck goes to 6. If we scry exactly 1 card the turn after, how would that affect? We can then play Eruption, strike, keep the Eruption in the deck. On X and there's 3 attacks. And what do you do if the 3 attacks are on the top? Then we cannot scry, but I mean that's a very specific edge case, right? And how is it damage-wise? Are we aligning? Are we not aligning? GG. Always GG, man. Always GG. GG. You're banned for life. What the fuck, man? Okay. So, seriously though. 33? So I'm currently thinking, okay, we have 33. This is really sad. This is actually really sad. Mano, 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 man. So it seems. Hey, Deathcoach, thanks very much for the sub, man. Okay. So I have the feeling that we are better off if Eruption is in the redraw, right? Just imagine that we scry more. I don't know. This is crazy stupid. I think we cannot scry the blocks away, like in order to have the shuffle, right? Because if we scry them away and we draw all the attacks, and then we play all the attacks, then all these attacks are not in the shuffle, which is exactly not what we are looking for. So my question here is rather like, would we play Bowling Bash and the Foresight, right? And if we play Bowling Bash and Foresight, how does that align? Now, if we play Bowling Bash and Foresight, the knob now goes to 67. And 67 is weird somewhat. Is it weird? It's not really weird, right? Because 67 is 33, and 33 is 34, and 34 is triple strike, or whatever scissors. So I think never really a problem, right? Now, what was about the vigilance thing? I would really love to draw this vigilance, but we can simply not really. I mean, if the deck is 7 cards, right? And vigilance is on the top. Is there not a lot of stuff which can happen? Or is there? Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, we have 7 cards. Now, what kind of options are there? So, option number 1. Okay, look. If we keep the vigilance on the top, we have 7 cards, right? And what do we want to scry? We want to scry 2 cards. Why? Because if we scry 2 cards, that manipulates the deck perfect. Right? I mean, 7 cards. 7 cards. 7 cards. So what is the option that we scry 2? Well, the option to scry 2 is only if they're like these on the top. Otherwise, we cannot scry 2. And not scrying 2 is kind of weird. Why? Because if you deal 21, 28, that's kind of weird, right? I mean, 28 means the knob goes to 56. And on 56 it's kind of difficult to deal the damage. What did I say? 56? Why 56? It's actually 46. But it doesn't really matter. 46 is super difficult. Yeah. 46 basically means... It's difficult. So... we can deal 42. No, we can deal 46 with double scissors and eruption. But it needs all those cards. So I doubt that we can go for that. Which means what? Unless we keep the miracle, then we need to draw 4 attacks. Right? But keeping 4 attacks also seems to be a little bit variance heavy. Is it variance heavy? I mean, so-so, right? Because cut through does draw an attack. And then there was... No, we need 4 attacks. Yeah, like 5 attacks after, yeah. I mean, depends on the Bowling Bash application here. But it seems kind of difficult to draw 4 attacks, it seems. Yeah. I don't know. So... I wonder whether there is some line where if we do not scry 2... Yeah, that cannot be right. Then we take... Was that Miracle Bowling Bash they play for the threshold? Yeah. That's exactly the thing, right? I'm just wondering whether we can squeeze in Vigilance into Eruption next turn. We could only do that if we have a double scry, then we save 2 HP. But what I'm now looking at is a different line, which is kind of interesting. So, what is if we do the full scry? And let's just assume... I mean, the deck would go to 5 cards. And if we have 5 cards... Doesn't align. Doesn't really align. Doesn't really align. Doesn't really align. It doesn't. It just doesn't align. Man. So if you take 15, we go to 4. What does it say about the hallway? Oh, we are not even going to 4. What am I even talking about? We have like we are super healthy, right? I mean, we are 24 minus 15, 9. That's perfect for the hallway. Yeah, it seems that we don't need to block the 2. So what happens if we don't need to block the 2? That means we could draw the Vigilance now, right? And if we draw the Vigilance now, it's 6 cards in the Dude. With the idea that if not exactly that these are in the top 3. What is the likelihood for them being in the top? 50%? 20%? Huh? 5%. 5% and the Eruption Strike are on the top. That would be ugly. What happens if we draw into a random card? Like 5%, that is insanely ugly, right? I mean, 5% we have these on the top, we cannot scry. We play these for 33, it's sad. Because we just concluded that we cannot get away with just playing 2. So we would need to keep all 3. We basically play all 3. Then we have 1 in the scry. And then we draw 5. And if the 5 are not 3 attacks, or not containing 3 attacks, then we are dead. Now, what is the likelihood of them actually containing 3 attacks? I mean, we draw 5 cards. 1 is cried away. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 blanks in the deck. 4. So what does that mean, 4 blanks in the deck? Yeah, that means that we can actually draw these 4 blanks and then we are dead, yeah. That's a little bit sad. Drawing Strike is also no bad. Yeah, you're saying Drawing Strike is also no bad, but is that actually true? I mean, following cards are in the Dude. Okay, look. If we scry these 2 following cards in the Dude, these are in the Dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now, if you draw the Eruption, perfect. We even go Eruption now. That's the best result. We can then scry again into Eruption. Hell, if we draw Eruption, we can even find Vigilance, go into Vigilance, and then guarantee going back into Eruption. So basically, having even the ability to play a flawless fight here if you draw the Eruption now. If you draw Defend or a Sender's Bane, how's that? Yeah, drawing a Sender's Bane is good. Drawing Defend is... I don't know. At least we guarantee our scry, you know. So, kind of... We can then still have the ability to either scry a lot, to find better, or not. Now, there was something about this double strike, like what happens if you draw one of these strikes? And people are arguing that might be bad, right? But is it really that bad? I mean... Okay, now, if you draw this strike, there are 5 cards in the Dude, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, the worst is that we scry 1 defend. And we have 1 shot to draw either attack or block. Now, the best case is that... that we can basically scry 2, which is not unlikely, and then we probably also find our attack. But what you're saying is really ugly with the energy, kind of, right? So we might just draw the vigilance and then just scry 1. That's probably the best, yeah. And then we have a 5% to brick. What happens if we break? I mean, the 5% to break is much better than to have the 33% to break, right? But it is not 33% to break. I mean, 6 cards, 33%, but that multiplied with the option to scry 2. So it's probably rather like a 50. Now, what means 33%? It's not even 33%. I mean, come on. So, what is the likelihood of 5 cards having these 2 in the scry? Like drawing also 5 cards, and we have Eruption and Strike on the top. It's 40% multiplied 33. No. 40. 40 multiplied 25. 10%. 10% that is scry 1. 10% that is scry 1. What? Is that how it works? Yeah. Yeah. So most likely is that we scry 2. Now if we scry 2, we have 2 draws to draw any attack. So how many... Let's say we scry 2. We have 3, 4, 5 not being an attack, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 being an attack. And we have 4, 3, 4, 5 not being an attack. So, 2 draws. It's probably 30% to not find an attack. 30. So we kind of can break with 33 multiplied 30% is 10%. And how bad is it if we break? Very bad. 46, we cannot deal 46. So very bad. .5% risk of win? Why 0.5? No. No. Also, so we need to keep the vigilance, yeah? That's pretty much what it is. Five multiplied 10? No, it's like the 10 is like for 1 draw. That's much worse. The 10% with the 1 draw, we have like 0.8% from this. And then we have another 80% multiplied these. Another 80 multiplied these. Another 80 multiplied these things. As what I'm saying is, if we do it this way, we have a 5% to kind of 5% to kind of need to enter a gambling, where we can still succeed relatively often because we have scissors. So we probably have like a 1.5% risk of ruin, and the other line is like 0.8 from the 10% alone. Hey, S-Corp, thanks so much for your sub, man. 0.8, and then we have another big, like 0.8 and 1 of 3 though. So 0.3 from that, and then we have another 33% multiplied 80%, which is 27, multiplied 40, which is like another 11%. Yeah, that's way higher. So I scry this away and get these 5. That enables us to have the biggest amount of attacks in the deck, while having also the super attack in the deck, while at the same time exhausting the curse. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is very good. Extremely good. With this hand we could have even played it for 2 energy. Regal Pillow. Hey, lul. Regal Pillow. Okay. Na gut. Also the Foresight is not doing it into the advanced hallway. The Crescendo is somewhat not doing it into the advanced hallway either, is it? I mean, the Crescendo kills with the duplication potion. Would 3 Gremlin Knobs on Act 3 be a tough fight? What do you mean? No. So there's the Crescendo. Tell me a little bit about the Crescendo into this hallway fight. Does it reduce or increase the risk of ruining the hallway fight? I usually don't do that, but I would like really specifically talk about it since we have full rest later. So I think this is the point where this is break even in general. Maybe break even minus. But where I'm willing, we have even 10 or 11 HP. But this is the point where I would be willing to take this card if it increases this hallway. Because this card is extremely marginal, right? So if this card is extremely marginal, and if you go here and press the rest button, we are resting to infinitely high, I would naturally want to take the card if it does increase our hallway fight here. And I think the duplication potion also kind of takes some role there, but yeah. Interesting. I also love this fire here. Because, I mean, the Regal Pillow, usually I puke if I see the Regal Pillow. But in this very case, I puke much less. It's like, I mean, let's imagine you go to 3 HP. We have 67. So we would, for example, rest for 20. And instead we rest for suddenly 35 instead. 35 plus, for example, 7. 35 plus 7 is like 42. And then bam bam, let's say we are 40. Let's say we go here, we are on 25. And 25 is perfect for the Guardian. I guess if you have Foresight. Without the Foresight, not so much, but with the Foresight, probably 25. With the Tungsten Rod is perfect. I love that. So what about the Crescendo here? It's specifically about the turn 1 draw. It's specifically about the turn 1 draw. And I think what actually encourages it is this duplication potion, right? Because usually you brick if you draw a handful of attacks. Now, because like you cannot brick if you draw a handful of blocks, because then you can block in, right? So we need to mitigate a handful of attacks. Keep also in mind that if you draw a handful of defense, it's not a problem with the bowling bash later. Against a very difficult hallway fight, right? So we need to prevent a handful of attacks. Now, does this prevent a handful of attacks? Usually, not. But in our case, probably yes. Specifically with having the catastrophe 8. As a card draw. And specifically having the bowling bash as well. Crescendo has its own bricks too. Yeah, tell me about it. What are the own bricks? This and this. We already thematized that blocks are not a brick. And I mean, I'm willing to use the duplication potion here, right? I mean, we fought how many fights? 6. And we found how many potions? 2. So this is 60% potion. I do not have any problems using the duplication here. I mean, we are resting two full anyways. I have a 60% to draw, but of course we can also use this, of course. But then we will refill potion anyways. And probably overlay potion here. No. 1 strike, Crescendo, Bane, and double defense. Yeah, but then we drew defense. What do you mean? And then Crescendo stays in the hand, we play block block. No, it doesn't make sense, it's good. Yeah? Oh, 5 slimes, no. But we do have Bowling Bash. GG. Ah, yeah, GG. Yeah, no, absolutely GG. I know. Ah, I forgot. It's GG again. GG, GG, GG. Guys. I wish I get $1 every time. Or euro. A euro would be even better. Every time I hear GG. We can make a rule. Like everybody who writes GG has to subscribe or they get permabanned. I wonder whether that would increase the amount of GGs in this chat or decrease. But I already have kind of an idea. Let's say they don't need to sub. They only need to sub if he did not die if they wrote GG. Man. Man, I can already see these $dollaros dribbling into my freaking pocket. In my freaking sub pocket. Okay. Now good. Hey, Jaku. Thanks so much for the sub, man. And thanks for this trainer. It's very much appreciated. Kaching, kaching. And Pulse, thank you very much for your Prime sub. As well, the hype trade is incoming. I just found a very, very nice way to monetize my stream, guys. Okay, no, but seriously here, guys. Okay, stop subscribing, please. It's good, it's good. Hey, life is a burrito and Tyke. It's very much appreciated. Thanks very much for your generous gifted subs, anonymous gifter as well. Very, very much appreciated. So let's go. I use this one trick. Yeah. What is this? This one trick will make you rich very quick. And the Butcher, thanks so much for the sub. And Glint, extremely much appreciated as well. Thanks so much for all the subs, guys. I appreciate it. Big time thanks to XGogo9 and Drakio as well. And Saburak. Hey, guys, I didn't know it's that easy. Okay, and Anonymous Gifter, thanks very much for your generous 7 gifted subs. Again, Death Lady and Yokai. And Dingo Baby. And Zimzalabim. Very much appreciated. It's not only Lifecoach with the subs, it's still live to stream. No, but yeah, I mean, I'm actually... What's happening here? Fall Guy Brush, thanks very much for the sub. Did we see that many GGs or what? And Volom, thanks so much for your Prime sub as well. Yeah, that's... unexpected. I didn't really... And Sopoger, thanks so much for your Prime sub as well. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really expect that. So, can it be that easy, guys? Cool. So, after having checkmarked this topic, oh, from this I will get like myself another HelloFresh order, guys. This is these are like 2 full meals for me and my family, man. Oh, very, very good. What? The chef says that's 2 street food meals in Thailand next month. 2 in Thailand? Nah, not quite much. In Thailand, I usually eat my street food for 100 baht. I get a full meal, which is like 3. It's 1 sub. I actually get like 1 sub. One sub enables me to have a fully fledged out great meal in Thailand. And yeah, no, I mean, serious talk. And the stuff from the street kitchen is like the best, you know. Why? Because they always have their own secret recipe. It's literal facts. I only go to street kitchens in Thailand. It's so cool. Yeah, it's just so good, you know. Okay, so what's that in old Lifecoach kebabs? I went like now to a Döner kebab They wanted to rob me, guys. Like, Döner Kebab, €6.50. Can you believe this shit? And then I actually paid €8.50 because I also wanted to have one drink, like one iron as well. I mean, then it also didn't matter. I just gave him 10 because at that point, guys, I mean, if you're getting robbed, then you can also get robbed like the full. Kedamano says Döner Kebab is €12 where you live. Where do you live? Like in Zurich or what? Okay. What kebab is like €11 in Finland? What do they use like for meat? Do they use like Kobe rind meat or what? One time Kobe rind döner, please. Coming right up. Okay. So. Hey, Casualty, thanks very much for the sub, man. A lot of döners, that is. Okay. How can I laugh so casually at 4 HP? We are not at 4 HP, we are higher. Yeah. And one says, nah, the inflation is going crazy. I've been on the road for a month and a half in France, Spain, Germany, and the price are absurd. Yeah, that's crazy with the traveling, right? I mean, you're staying somewhere for a week, then you travel somewhere else, and suddenly the inflation hits again. And one can actually feel the inflation on the run. That's like me, you know? Like the one day I go eating döner for €4, I play one Slay the Spire run, the döner price go up to 5. I play another Slay the Spire run, €6 it is. Sure. Alright. But seriously though, about this fight here. What do you say? What, the sub at your place is only $5 in tax? What? You have to pay taxes on the sub, so what? Oh my god, man. Crazy world, guys. Crazy world. What the hell? Okay. No, but seriously, it's a crazy world, right? I mean, just imagine, look. If I would meet you on the street, and you're telling me, hey, coach, I enjoy your stream so much, here are $6. Do you know what I have in my pocket? $6. Now, if you say, alright, coach, I saw you online, I hit the sub button, you pay $6? The sub, I think I received $2.50 from the sub. Before tax, then I'm getting taxed on that. So, I mean, I don't pay that much tax. But if I would pay a normal amount of tax, it would be $1.20, which would actually end up in my pocket. Like, what? Like 20, like, it's crazy, right? If you think about it. I mean, wow. That's schon pretty crazy. Like 5 times that is schon crazy, right? I mean, if you think about it. Okay. What Sobat says, what normal amount of tax is above 50%? Naja, good, if you're living in America, I think max is 35 or something, right? But if you're living in Europe, most countries have max tax as 50%. And if you're a bigger streamer than 2,000 viewers, you usually pay max tax. Yeah. In Germany, it's above 50. In Switzerland, it probably depends on where you live, but probably it's around that. In Austria, it's more than 50. In Finland or in the Scandinavian countries, it can even go up to 70 or 75 even, I think. But about 50 is kind of reasonable. Normal. Schon. What, not quite? No, I thought like some Scandinavian country has like a max tax of 70 or something. But I might also be wrong about that. But 50 is absolutely standard. Yeah. Oh, Scandinavia is around 55 max tax. Okay, I see. Yeah, okay. I read it somewhere, but okay, make it 55 still, you know. Okay. So, back to the fight. How is it? Because I currently do see somewhat Eruption, Strike, Vigilance. Take 4. Eruption, Strike, Vigilance would be attack on this guy so that one single strike can kill. Feel that is pretty much the only line. With the Crescendo in the deck is also very nice. Yeah. Crescendo plays here. Let's do it. There's some weird line with the... There's some weird line with the duplication where we do kill one with the duplication. Seems excessive. But let's talk about it because we are currently not on so high HP, right? So if we go Eruption, we are in weakness. The scissors do not even kill that dude in Wrath. You will be in for a good surprise. So if we go this into attack into Vigilance 8, if I see it correctly, we would take 3. 3 means we go to 1. That's perfectly fine. What happens next turn if you do that? We are now on 1 and we are facing 14. Now 14 isn't an issue if we draw these. Every strike is also a kill. So that means for 3 energy we can usually block 14. The problem is we are not facing 14. The actual problem is that we are facing 20. Okay, cool. So after we got this out of the way, so 20 means we can block this, which means we would take 4, which is perfect. Or every strike is also decreasing the heat by 6. So that will check out. What happens if we only draw 1 block? And what also happens if we draw more attacks? Attacks isn't a problem with the attacks we usually draw the block. Is that the worst hand? Like Crescendo something? Yeah, that's a problem, right? If we are actually dying in this fight now, I have to give the subs back. That would suck, man. So... What is the worst draw? Triple strike, curse and crescendo. Yeah, I mean if we draw this we are dead, right? No, we are not. What? No, yeah, we are dead, yeah. Triple strike, 1 kills 1. We still have 3 attacking us. No, it cannot bail us out. No, we just die then. So we are forced to use the duplication here, right? Yeah, we have draw switch killers. Literally. I mean, to be fair, it's also the only draw which kills us, no? I'm just not exactly sure whether the duplication potion has any value for us. What I'm saying is I don't think it does. Why? Naya, because where do we want it? Like, what do we currently have? Bowling bash for any kind of advanced hallway. So that would be that. So that is good. Now, advanced hallway and we have bowling bash, no problem. What against burning elite, you guess? We already are through knob. So what should that be? Cubes? Cubes, you have bowling bash with scissors eruption for 1 foresight. 0. Lagavulin? It's a walk in the park. We retain this. We have this. We have this. Unless it's max HP, it's a walk in the park. If it's max HP, I think we take damage, but we still are fine. I mean, okay, I mean, we don't need to discuss this further, right? I mean, if there are draw switch killers next turn, honestly, is it even like is it even, even with 1 defend, we still get killed or no? Probably, right? I mean, if we now only kill 1, there are 4 slimes left. Keep that number in mind. So let's say we draw 3 strikes defend curse or whatever. We could kill 1. Okay, whenever we draw the blow. Okay, let's just make the very bad worst draw. So 3 strikes this is just like we die. Why? Several draws orders look deadly. Yeah, this I don't know. I mean, there's after 1 attack, 3 slimes are attacking us. But you don't think we die with fruit juice? No, with the triple strike, curse and crescendo, we definitely die with the fruit juice. Oh, there are 2 birds fighting outside the window. What the hell? This draw and the other ones, no, or what? Okay, can we just talk about the likelihood of this draw? Maybe then we can already say that we have to use the potion. So there are like 11 cards in the dude. Cultists are fighting. Man, you're playing too much Spire. 5 out of 11. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How much is that? 20, 60, 120? Divided by... divided by... Oh mein Gott, hey. 990. 7500. 50,000? 1%? No. No, 50,000? What? Nein, Bullshit, oder? What? 110? 990? 8,000? 56,000. So like never? That cannot be right. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. 0.02%, right? Yeah, I think so. I actually didn't expect it to be that low. No, 0.2%. Ooh. Like one punctuation makes it 10 times more likely. It's funny. 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, 100,000. Yeah, 0.2%, yeah. Genau. And others? You say the other draws are all not a problem or what? I mean, Bowling Bash is also bad or not? Bowling Bash kills 1. Strike kills another. And then the last strike doesn't kill another. right? So it's not only that, right? I mean, okay, if you don't use a potion, we are dead in 1% of the case. I don't want that. I mean, I do not take a 1% risk of ruin out of like nothing here. I mean, why would we take 1% risk of ruin? And also putting that aside, even if it's not risk of ruin, we still use the potion later or whatever. And it's very helpful now. Yeah. So what is the line if you would be willing to use the duplication? Duplicate eruption on this dude? And then vigilance or foresight or what? Or eruption on this guy, strike on this guy, vigilance out, chill. But honestly, if we are willing to do that, we could also simply deploy vigilance eruption duplication, strike on this, defend foresight. That's by far the best line. So let's do that. What with a miracle? I don't think we need a miracle for that. So that would mean we are stuck in eruption though. Is that a problem? This is dead, so these three are not dead. And we are now 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3 are live attacking us. Not a problem with the foresight. Oh yeah, why? Because we can play bowling bash, strike, strike. Cuts through fate is 10. Exactly. Not great, no. Not great. Yeah, that looks like really bad. Let's not do that. So, okay. We duplicate the eruption on this dude. Then we strike this dude. And we vigilance out. For taking 0. Now next turn. Next turn. Next turn we never die. Which is kind of good. We can also defend foresight. Can we? Defend foresight. We die. Okay, so I do it now. Yeah, I'm always also afraid with the execution. Because if he executes something badly, we just die. So... Close enough? I don't know. So, this is, let's say... 13? What? Oof? What do you mean, oof? Is there a problem? Yeah, also ending in calm is way better because of crescendo as well. I mean, what I've been talking about. So, if we go crescendo, we have 4 energy, attack, attack. Then, attack, attack, kill 1. We are facing 7. I say it again. Crescendo, cut through. I mean, he's dealing 9, we can also cut through first. Yeah. But what for? Yeah, it's always better, right? No, it's not. There's bowling bash. Oh no. How much is bowling bash? 5. So it would kill the grey slime. So what are the options here? It's either crescendo, 4 energy, 2 energy, kill 1. Oh yeah, I see. What you're saying is he cuts through this. Then 2 energy this. Bowling bash 3. And then we can block this, we take 2. Right? Why not strike this? If we get the bowling bash, this dies. Wait, what? If we strike 1, it doesn't really matter which guy we bowling bash, right? Yeah. This is interesting. We can also double defend here. So if we strike this away and we draw the strike, double strike, we take 6. That would be bad. Currently we play double block. If we play double block, we would take 3. If we draw this, we would take 2. Yeah, I keep the defend then, yeah. I mean, Crescendo stays in hand anyways. What, triple strike with Crescendo? What do you mean? No. What? I don't know. Okay. So 10 blocks out these 2 bozos, and then this is 3, go to 1. Okay. So not bad. Okay, why did I just do that? That was weird. I cannot take it any longer. Okay, Tantrum, yes. Oh, but Tantrum is now so sad with the Crescendo already. Man, at that point I wish I would have not taken the Crescendo. But Crescendo was the right call, right? I mean, there were some options to die. And we definitely decreased the options to die. I do not even mind the Crescendo against Lagavulin. I don't mind Crescendo against Guardian. It might sometimes buy that, but it cannot be that bad, right? Especially once the first rushdown hits the dude. You cannot wait to tell your grandchildren about this run. Yeah. Oh, Recalcum. Puke. I guess against the Guardian and such. So, what? If you drink the juice before the X-ray, is it worth? Yeah, probably yes. And good point, by the way. And also, do you remember when we were thinking about the path without the rest place? I kind of like to have this option to rest now. For whatever weird reason. Out of the garbage! Out of the garbage! It's so freaking... Oh my god, is it... Oh, why is it so freaking comfortable? Oh, I don't even know why. I don't even know why. Oh, suckers, man. Oh, it's so soft, man. Oh. Oh. Das ist schon gut. Okay, guys, how is that legal, please? How can the floor 11 fight be this, and the floor 5 fight be this dude with a gray slime? I mean, okay. This guy really wants our stats. Yeah, somehow, right? Somehow. Yeah, but guys, I take a short break anyways. Somehow I need to readjust my brain. Like, that was kind of exhausting, the last fights. And it was not even because they were so difficult, but I was really thinking that we might die now. And it doesn't really feel that comfortable. Specifically not being on a 26 streak. Somewhat. Lemonade? No, Apfelschorle. Apfelsoda. You solved the fight? Liesel oder was? 16, 23, 46 Liesel. How are we currently doing? Not so good relic, not so good relic, not so good relic. So maybe like 2 relics instead of 4. But 1 is still waiting for us here. And 1 is still waiting for us here. What about the deck? Yeah. Very good. Yeah. Not so good. Third eye or nothing. Is the third eye good enough here? Usually yes, because of the upgrade possibility. Do we have other good upgrades? Yeah, Tantrum is fine and Crescendo is fine. We definitely do not need to pick the third eye for the upgrade. So, if that is the case... Also this is a big reason, right? Like to pick it for the upgrade, but we don't have that option. So... what would be another good reason? Naja. The Guardian. But we also already have Scry. This is counter-synergetic with the Scry we already have. Now, we do have Scissors though. So Scry Scissors is of course good. But Scissors themselves Scry already. If you Scry with this at the end of the turn is super bad, if you already have the power online. Orichalcum is a big reason against Third Eye, says Peter. How big is that reason? Is it really that big? I mean... Yeah, whenever we would draw 0 block, we block 6 instead. It's almost half of the value. Yeah, unless you block third eye and defend or whatever, I don't know. Right? But yeah, I agree. I mean, if you pick the third eye, makes Orichalcum worse. Clearly. Even against the Guardian, right? Against the Guardian... I mean, we don't have enough exits, by the way. But the one turn where he hits for 10 is mitigated by the Orichalcum. And even the double attack is somewhat mitigated, right? So... we still take, though. Oh. There's some line where we rest before the Guardian, but that's... But yeah, what we have running against the Guardian is foresight to basically have this more often. And then there is like that we are always in eruption. How does that influence the third eye? Yeah, negatively, right? Yeah. How's our deck currently doing? Real cards and such? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Going to 13 after remove. Yeah, it's still open, right? I mean, if we go to the shop and there's a rushdown, we can buy rushdown, remove, and then we can go still infinite if we want that. Yeah, being on only for 3 energy is incentivizing that. Being able to rest in between is incentivizing that. So I skip for now and then see, right? What does this run strong enough against Burning Lagavulin and Cubes? Yeah, easily. So no rushdown in the shop. The 2 box is always appreciated. I love the box. I don't even know how... I don't even know how you can not like it, honestly. I mean, it's so good. Like, so unbelievably strong. It's so cheap as well. Yeah, it's the cheapest you can roll. You can roll between 157 and 173. It's so freaking good. What? More sustain? Sustain. With the Regal Pillow. No. Thanks, but no thanks. So, the remove. We can remove more defense against the Guardian. Defense is of course much worse because we have Orichalcum. Now that's for real. Defense is much worse because we have so much eruption. So that's also for real. Sustain rather want to have, Faucet rather wants to have a slower deck though. But Faucet with Vault kind of mitigates that, I don't know. So, what do we remove? Do we take Bites? Naja, but the regular Pillow Bites are worse, but probably still worse. Probably still worse. So I remove the defense. You're sure that against the Guardian everything is in order, yeah? With the idea that if you block either double defend in the normal attack turn. I mean, we have a deck of 17 after exhaust 14. So we draw our entire deck in 2 easy. The one turn we try to block in with these two, the other turn we block in with these two. If everything goes like order, otherwise we block in with this the one turn, and we block in with these, we take 5. Then we take another 5. Temper rotation. Yeah, we just need 1 calm or 1 exit to solve it. Okay. Yeah, or 1 deceive reality. They both attack us. Put a skill from your draw pile into your hand. Like a vigilance, for example. Like with the amount of wrath we got. So... Hmm. Should we drink this? Probably, right? We don't find more potions now, though. Is the next fight the Burning Elite? So what we could do is we could not take Essence of Steel. Essence of Steel or Recalculum is pretty sick, but... check the card first. The card is garbage, wow. Can we trade this for top 3? This for top 3, right? And then we go into the Burning fight. If the Burning fight is flawless, we can use the Essence of Steel against the Guardian. Which is super sick. Sentries is also super good. Yeah, okay. What, the Entropic Big Bait? Big Bait. Yeah, I got so freaking baited. Damn, did I get baited. Yeah, I mean, it's super good use, huh? Strike foresight. I actually thought. No, we saved the potion. Or do we? How do we save the potion? Yeah, if we save the potion, we take a lot of chip damage. I was just wondering against the Guardian, is the potion not super good? Even without the potion? Yeah, without the potion it would be Vigilance Foresight. Yeah? Vigilance Foresight plus 1 strike. But that's kind of not enough because it's 37. And we simply do not have 37. So... let's say we Vigilance Foresight. And then we try 10. Yeah, I was thinking about next turn we can kill 2, but then we have an empty draw. And it's kind of about that at the moment. So let's assume Vigilance, Foresight. And then there's something about Tantrum, Bowling Bash to kill 1. And then we might have Strike Through. If cut through, strike. That is not even killing another, but we can cut through Tantrum, cut through Strike. I wonder, I'm not exactly sure where that always aligns though. So, but I guess it somehow does. I mean, I guess we are taking 1 for this experiment. And let's do it this way and then see. I'm interested. So, the Bowling Bash and there's Tantrum. Oh, 45. But that's also the least damage. So this into this kills 1. We have 4 energy. Then this into this, and this. Now is halt the question. But I think this plus 2 attacks do kill. Oh. Naja. Naja. Naja, I think we just take it halt, ne? Naja, there were some options. Any cut through fate we are good. Any double strike we are good. Eruption alone we are good. Vigilance alone we are good. Triple defend we are good. Double defend we are rough. Triple defend we are good. Yeah, I don't know. Like there were some. Was it a mistake to play the final Tantrum? What? You mean for the Scry? And for the extra 18? No, this enables all the attacks. That is okay. Absolutely. So what do you say? You're taking 13? That's perfectly fine, right? So, no regrets here, I guess. Get some more recalcum value. I mean, to put things a little bit into perspective, we just took 13 against the Burning Cubes without the potion use. I mean, we need to be a little bit realistic here. Actually, we took 14. My mistake. We took 14 HP loss with no potion use and potion waste against Burning Cubes. Yeah, that's a good result in my book. So, what about the Toxic Egg? The Infinite Lovers are now sad. Fear no evil. Into an upgraded scroll. Not bad. Fear no evil has to be good. Not only is it exit and calm, but it also is against like triple wrath source. So I take this. Question, do we ever die against the Guardian with Orichalcum, Super Scry, Super Plated, 40 HP and Tropic Brew? No. So what do we upgrade? Options are... Huh, I don't know. Options are Cut Through Fate. Crescendo. Do we ever take Snecko? Usually not. Is Bowling Bash for Act 2 too silly? Yeah, absolutely. Bowling Bash falls off after Act 2, so you upgrade garbage. Congratulations, sir. You just upgraded garbage. Yes, yes. Okay. What tantrum for the birds? The birds, we have Tungsten Rod. We have Tungsten Rod, guys. Yeah, it just cuts through fate, right? Oh! It could also be Vigilance against the Guardian. It just cuts through fate, right? Oh, yeah, and then there was also Crescendo, sorry. Yeah, what about the Crescendo? Crescendo very often kills, so it's irrelevant. Naja, it retains in the hand and then you play it and you probably kill because until then you were in calm and you play Crescendo. Now we have even extra energy, it doesn't make much sense. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, without Rushdown is even worse. And if we find Snecko over nothing, I take Snecko. So... Foresight would be an option, but not into Act 2. Vigilance would be an option, but not with Orichalcum. I mean, it could be Vigilance. So... I'm just not exactly sure whether we always play the Vigilance. That's the other thing. But yeah. The Foresight doesn't make sense into Act 2 halt. And without Vault. No, Fear No Evil is only 3 damage, guys. We cannot do that. Yeah, thinking ahead or what? No, actually dramatic, maybe. Madness against the Guardian cannot be, no. So do we use it or not? No. We can never break. You mean for the exit? We do shuffle, we have a guaranteed exit, what do you mean? Perfect. Yeah, and the worst case, you take 3 from the scissors. Yeah, look at this. Thinking ahead is back. Huh. What? What? Huh? Oh, what? Hmm. I guess that was unexpected. Do we want to use the Essence of Steel? Prevents for now. It's probably good, yeah. I think it's okay. Do we want to break this potion? Not really, right? I mean, we take 9 now, we go to 18. Yeah. And probably never again? We might find a potion belt, yeah, but that's later, right? But yeah, I hear you. Is here not even something we are looking for, or... And we could just draw this hand. What does this hand do? This hand would be full block. Yeah, nothing to be said against full block. But do we want these other good... These are good cards, right? We want them in the shuffle. So kind of this into full block. Block and block for 5. Yep. Plated! 50. Now this is 39. With exit. Yeah, that's perfect, right? Just double checking. 42 plus 9 is... Ha! Omega turn. Oi. Block a cut through fate, vigilant. Or keeping this, but then losing 1 plated, but keeping vigilance in the redraw. Interesting. Very interesting. Probably vigilance in the redraw is better. 9, 5, 8, take 1. We want vigilance in the redraw. Plated armor again, no problem. Vigilance in the redraw. What do you know? Okay. So we go 10. And if we go 10... I was actually hoping to draw some defense, but the defense are hiding. Nah, cannot change it. Now, if we do block 10, how much do we take? Also, how much do we take next turn? Next turn is also so garbage. So if we block 10 now, we take 5, we go to 12. Next turn, we have a guaranteed 11, means we take 8, we go to 4. Then this guy goes to 676 and we are at 4. I'm seriously thinking to use the Entropic Brew here. I mean, the draws weren't pretty. And I want to check the potions somewhat. And if the potions are weird, maybe using one. It has 40 runs, you've really shown the power of force and probably raised it in the rating in the eyes of many people. Yeah, maybe, who knows. Not a bad upgrade potion. You mean now or what? I mean, explosive is better for Act 2, that's clear. We can have it at safety, like if he wants to hit us big into our face, we don't have the damage, we can use this. Which is probably not the case, but insurance. Right? But here... about the upgrade potion and the 40% potion drop. But we don't want to really waste it. Naja. It's only bad if you don't draw extra block. Right? So... is it really that much better now, or is it just better next turn? Probably just better next turn. Kind of in a way, if we do draw the block, then we just block in, no problem. But if we do not draw the block... well, what block even? I mean, we want to go into Eruption Bam next turn, right? Yeah, next turn we go Eruption Bam, right? Maybe not. In any case, upgrade is not that good here. No, it's not. I mean, it does save 4 HP. I mean, I'm not even sure what happens next turn. I mean, what happens if we break next turn? What I'm getting at is I would probably scry these 3, no? Or do you want to keep these 2? Against the 20. Yeah, maybe we won't, right? But we don't even have the energy to do that. Oh, actually we do have, right? So what you're saying, if we scry this away, we can maybe block. We have 10 block, and what do we need to draw? I don't know, if we draw the Vigilance, we can block in. Full. So we would still be at 12. Here playing this Guardian fight with a Foresight. Whenever we need attacks, we can scry the attacks. We can scry the blocks away and get the attacks. And whenever we need the blocks, we can actually scry the attacks away and gain block, which is massive. Then even if we couldn't block in, which happened, we could use this and this. It's crazy, right? Then we use the plated for full value. Now we can even use these. It's so crazy. No, I think I'm willing to do it. Yeah. I don't mind using something here. I just wonder whether it's really good. I mean, do we want to scry these 3 away next turn or no? I guess if you upgrade this hand now, we want to scry all 3 away. I mean, suddenly our cards are good in the deck. It makes sense. I mean, I kind of do not mind using the upgrade potion, honestly not. I mean, some cards of our deck are already upgraded. we might find another potion. So I don't think it's like that important. Also, if you take too much damage in the hallways, you can re-guide pillow. Yeah, next turn potion is better. Why? I don't even know what we want to keep. Do we want to keep these two? I mean these are base cards. I don't really want to keep them. Yeah. So it makes sense to upgrade this hand and then scry full, having the full availability of these super cards here. Somewhat. Yeah. Yeah, like this. So now we have base 26. That is perfect, right? But wait, for what? Those are pretty perfect. 6, 15, 15, 26, 52, 9, 61 is so perfect. But also play Crescendo for 9 extra damage. No. Like never. I just need to make sure that it's lethal that we proc, because if we don't proc, we just die on the spot. And that would be kind of sad. I mean, this was brought to us by upgrades. I don't mind it. This was pretty cool. Right? So... I think I want to do this with option. Option would be defend, cut, or what? I think option would be vigilance, cut through, shuffle. That's the option we are buying here. Interesting. What, vigilance and cut through fate with the full block? Yeah, but you want that or what? Yeah, I mean it guarantees kind of next turn block, right? What, is this the crescendo turn? No, I thought the crescendo turn is later if he attacks us again. I like this line very much. I mean, we prepared this, we set this up, right? Pretty good. Like, the only thing which might have happened is that we draw vigilance, but kind of, then would be what it is. So here we have a guaranteed vigilance if we play it this way. Defend, cut through, vigilance being the worst, what can happen? But if you draw the vigilance, we could just double block. Then this is our next hand, we scry these two away, have this. What, 6 damage for what? 6 damage, and I don't want to take 6 damage. Why do you want to take 6 damage? I mean, I don't even know whether it's true, but even if, then why would we? I like these upgraded cards in our deck, by the way. So if you do this, do we kill? This is base 25, 36, 72. And potion came back. Wonderful, perfect fight. Perfect potion utilization, perfect potion regain. And 3 super cards. Waha! Vault! Vault is better than Scroll, right? Given what card, guys? What card? Given what card? It is, right? Schon. Scroll is the auto-click. Scroll. Also Vault is doing what? Vault is basically playing 2 energy for 2 cards, maybe the best cards of your hand, and then you get 5 cards new. And Scroll is basically drawing 8, but it doesn't play for 2 energy the best 2 cards until then. And Vault can also be like to activate your relics, but most importantly the Foresight. I think most importantly the Foresight. Yeah. How many real cards do we actually have? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's not even that many. Naja, okay, 14 and we already removed one is actually quite many. We also don't, very often we just have 15, right? What dome time? Dome. No. I'm currently wondering about Astrolabe. What's wrong with the Astrolabe, guys? You think this stupid flower is better than the Astrolabe? The Astrolabe can convert its 3 garbage defense into good cards. No? What Labe is fun, but flower is probably the pick? Flower! Yeah, why? Also what? I mean, what? Yeah. We are kind of red-blue. Yeah, but red-blue with upgraded 30-40 card deck, right? Not red-blue with like a garbage 10 card deck. Small cards are always better. Whether flower is good with Vault. Ah, the Astrolabe is also good with Vault. Decent Scry and Vault synergy. We have the Toxic, the upgrades aren't that special. What? Hey Nuts, thanks for showing sub, man. You're really a sucker for energy into Act 2? Yeah, but this is not energy. Guys, I will take a quick break, because this is run defining. No, it's probably okay. We have so much scry, we can scry the garbage. And we want to scry the garbage into what? Was? Nö. Apparently Lifecoach is stressed out because we went to 1 HP in Act 1. Okay, so, yeah, okay. Flower, because we pick all these juicy upgraded cards with the Toxic Egg. And then we stand. Also, we can scry the garbage into our best cards. What are our best cards? Bowling Bash. Ah. Yeah, okay. So, we also can go to the shop and remove also one defend anyways. And we wanted to take the bites or not? Yeah, we go super big, right? Easy bites, right? I mean, despite the regal pillow. I mean, we take the bites because we go super wide anyways. Yeah. So, sure. We can do that. Okay. So with the pillow we take max elite. Would you take apparitions? You mean the juicy upgraded apparitions? Yeah, I think I would. So 3 elites max. What about going here and then C? Boom, shakalaka. Oh! Aha. That's pretty good. Crescendo. 30. No attack? Naja, whatever. Boom! No potion, I don't want it. Power potion is bad, right? In this act. Yeah, indignation is vulnerable, but I don't know about it. But there's our upgraded protect. On 3 energy. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. Also, any deceived reality is better. On the other hand, we have Flurry Dance Cry. Yeah. Flurry Dance Cry sounds like a good idea in a 6-big deck card deck. Yeah. The only thing we need to have any exit card. And then we go. Also, Flurry of Blows for 3 energy. Looks like pretty sick. Secret weapon is Bowling Bash? But probably not. Shackles is just like safety. And who needs like anything if we have this anyways here? The bowling bash, I mean. So, eruption, bowling bash, shackles. And also vault. That is lethal. This was fast. This was fast with all the skills. Perseverance, Vault. Perseverance or Recalcum. What about the cut? Let's take the cut. And don't come me with, yeah, attacks are usually not upgraded, but skills are. I mean... We don't have enough cuts through fate. Nah, cut through is pretty sick. Perseverance is good, probably. I don't know about that. I mean, of course it's good. It's better than cut through fate. I mean, if we don't use your Recalcum, we can use it to block. And if you use your Recalcum, Perseverance goes to 10, probably to 13. Which then confirms the block. But there's also Cut Through Fate, and I think Deceive Reality is better than Perseverance. And we can also pick Perseverance simply later. Keep also in mind we pick a lot of skills. An unassuming cathedral with a dagger. Is there a dagger in the cathedral? Let's take it, Caw, why not? We can just chant as well. We just adjusted to our peer group. We are chanting as well now. So what about the 3 elites? These 3 elites do not upgrade the dagger. Tungsten value 4 HP. Oh yeah. Okay, so how do we do it? Hallway, suddenly increased in value. Dagger and such. Toxic egg and such. Question marks decreased in value. Because we already found the dagger. We can go here, even if we get completely garbages, we can even rest. But this is the only way to basically upgrade the dagger. And then we can Rubeo. Looks pretty good. Potion as safety, but also toolbox as safety. So, but there's no shop if you do that, right? No. And if you go here, we will soon end the win rate world record discussion for all. So I hope. But yeah, seriously here. So either it's like the shop. What about the shop? Do we ever want that? You could still take the question mark, but this golden idol is one of them is so sad. Right? No, like seriously guys, I cannot wait until I'm at 38. Like it's... to just end this stupid discussion. I mean, it's... sorry, seriously. Okay. So, -1 elite... Oh yeah, okay, you mean here back right here. So, So the question is, do we need a shop or not? Ha! Get blind. Oh my god. Oh! We are not getting garbage loot. What about that? We can take whatever we want after we saw what this guy does. It's so sick. I love it so much. Pretty good. You like to play on the safe side, whatever that means. Yeah, this is also not so clear to me, what that means. Honestly, I don't know. It's weird. Here we would have tantrum option. Problem with the tantrum is that we do not dagger. Yeah, my question is, do we even want the tantrum? Yeah, if you want the dagger, we have to skip tantrum. As crazy as it sounds. And then? What then? And then we kind of need to block the 24. Which we kind of use the skill potion for. Potion drop 40%. And then we maybe have another turn where we can block most of the heat. But honestly, if we go into Eruption here, it's not even that much better because this is like a triple dude. We could keep Crescendo. But then we might skip Vault / Foresight. This still draws into Vault / Foresight. This draws into Foresight. So I did decide to not take the frail. We could have also weakened for one turn. It was better to not take the frail, right? Okay. So this is tough business now. We still are weakened. I like to believe that it's probably correct to keep that hand into skill potion. If we get a good block, we just block and have both in the deck. If we do not get a good block, we vault. I'm not exactly sure whether third eye qualifies as good block. With third eye we take 7. Alternate play is what? Mark and try lethal. Yeah, I was actually thinking worship and try lethal. I mean, worship does make some sense in a way that we can go into calm and vault. And scry. It's actually kind of a lot of things. Naja, we get in 5 mantra. If we redraw it again, we have perfect divinity. We get the scry to see. We also get the vault application. And we even go into calm, which is kind of huge with the lotus. I nearly want to do that. It also means we don't take 7 now. I mean, the max we can take is 14 anyways. So at this point I wonder whether it was better to weaken it for 6. What was the weakness thing? It was basically 0 energy weakness and then... No, I don't know. Naja. Naja, I don't know. So... 3 cuts and describe power. We can even use the Explo, like, you know. Weakness only says 4 with us not blocking. Yeah, 4. Yeah, true. How much is worship even? Like going into divinity? Is that even that much damage? Weird. A little bit weird. I guess it depends on how many scissors we draw. Oh. Ha! Ha! Pump! Pam! Bewam! Alrighty, mighty. We did not waste a potion, but we utilized the potion. We perfectly replaced the utilized potion with another potion. We took 0 and we upgraded the dagger for a Bayorm. Very nice. Righty mighty. Your potion drop is so low? No, it was 40%, now it's 30, so perfectly legit. We have Sanctity and Third Eye. Usually Sanctity is better than Third Eye. Now, the thing is that the Third Eye upgrade is much better than the Sanctity upgrade. While Sanctity is a garbage upgrade, the Third Eye upgrade is full. So, but after the upgrade you can actually compare them quite nicely. Confronted with each other, both to block the very same. The one draws 2, the other one scries 5. But the draw 2 is conditional. Slightly conditional. I mean, either you need to use your miracle. What else? What else do we have as skills? Not many. I mean, we removed all. After the vault, we can do it, but then we also would need to do it. Right? Which we don't always do. And defense are weird, because we definitely don't want to play defense. After Crescendo, then we are committed. After Vigilance? So weird. Guys, is it not simply the Third Eye here? And probably the answer is straight up yes. The bigger the deck, the better it plays. The upgrade on this is so much better than this. Yeah. We also have Scry 5 in the vault. I mean, that's a clear Third Eye here, right? I mean, if you don't want to take the Prostrate, that is. But yeah, and if you get, we already Flurry, if you get Future Weaves. Anyways, right? Snecko. Yeah. Add a random colorless or put a skill of our choice. What could that skill of our choice be? The vault? I mean, we want to draw the vault after we got Snack out. Where's Panacea? Yeah, in here. To be fair, the toolbox skill counter towards Sanctity. Yeah, but Scry 5 and such. Okay, we could put Crescendo into our starting hand if you want. And in the worst case, we use it. Probably a secret technique is simply what we want, right? Unless the Crescendo is already in our starting hand. Okay, what about the Strength Potion? The Strength Potion plays very well in this fight and we have 30% potion drop. If it saves us HP, I would definitely like to use it. I don't know how confident you are about the fight. I'm kind of curious. That being said, we can also use this to bridge. So it's not very clear to me. Crescendo, cut, vault, and blast the snake. So you basically want to cut into nothing. Yeah, the explosive is for the elites. Keep in mind the dagger will become upgraded, so if you want to take max elites... Kind of weird grabbing the third on a turn where we don't need block. Yeah, super weird. Book of Stabbing. We have deviation option. The only question is, do we need the strength potion for the book? Yeah, I think so, right? And if you have to shuffle anyways, I mean, dagger is 36. Like 80. Probably just cut through Fate Void, right? Oh no, we need to pull a skill. Third eye into Void. Yeah. Third eye into Void. Into Foresight. Yeah, maybe pull defend, yeah. Maybe pull defend is better. So wait, can we do it without the strength potion or what now? We are at 80, but we probably did 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. So we probably do it without the strength potion. And having the Explorer as bailout. I mean, we have strength potion for the book. We need the strength potion for the book. So, yeah, okay. Yeah, Canton Volt. We should be able to deal 10... it's difficult. I mean, we only have 3 energy. 10... Also maybe we deal 50... Ja, schon, ja. Unless you didn't want to play the vault. The thing. That was of course also one option. But I think with Vigilance, Fear No Evil in the dude. Okay, this is weird. All but Vigilance? All but Vigilance. I mean, this is dance par excellence. So we go exit, eruption, exit. And the question is whether eruption is better on this or this. On the other hand, we also have rolls. This is our only block, man. I hope that guy does weaken us and not like making the good attack. I think with this we can just also roll on these cheaper. I think I just keep them. I mean, these are all good cards, right? One, two, three, four. Plus 1. Gives up the foresight scry. Yeah, but you don't want to have Ron Ra's source to exit again. Isn't it like 3 damage? I mean, you don't want to just burn 3 energy, do you? Or what? Oh, there's Crescendo, right? For 1. Yeah, okay. So like this, I guess. And that's what I'm talking about. Fear No Evil. Cut through is 18. So, Fear No Evil, Eruption, cut through, or cut through first. Cut through first means no vigilance. No, it doesn't mean vigilance. Yeah, cut through first probably. This is 18. 18 into 25 is 43, and then we have the dagger for kill. That would mean we block 8. We want the Vigilance in the shuffle, right? So I could also play Vigilance, Eruption, cut through. Now what is good and why? I mean, if he cuts through first, and we get the dagger. Aber der ja? Yeah, Vigilance Eruption cut through means we get the Vigilance in the shuffle. So let's do that. Vigilance Eruption cut through, we have it in the shuffle. The Flurry. Wait. Ja doch, ja. Schon. Then we would take how much? Ah, the big attack, you traitor. 9. We would take 9. And the other option would be to take Cut Through Fate. I mean, before I take 9, I'd rather with the upgrade on the dagger or what? Fear level 9, 16, 9, 20. $49. 17. Yeah, there's one line where we just kill and we accept that there is no dagger. I mean, I don't even know how much damage we take until there's a dagger, but I don't really even want to take 9 damage for the dagger. It's a non-upgraded dagger. So, you think we should just kill here? Kill is good, yeah. So that would be Fear No Evil Eruption, 6 energy, Vigilance Crescendo, 5 energy, cut through into a 2 energy cut through. So we would need to have a 2 energy cut through. The problem is that we don't know beforehand whether it will be 2 energy. Funky. I don't see it. It's so weird. If we play Fear No Evil Eruption, that's 6 energy. And Cut Through Fate costs 3. Which is we have 3 energy, we cannot Vigilance Crescendo any longer. So I don't see it really. I don't know. We could play we could play also Vigilance Crescendo first. Then we go to 2 energy. But then we cannot play Cutthroat. So we would need to play Fear No Evil Eruption, but also Vigilance Crescendo to get to 5 energy, and then we Cutthroat to Cutthroat. But if this is 3 energy again, we don't even have insurance. Yeah. So it just does not, I don't know. And we don't even have the insurance. I mean, this is 25. This is 18, so now we are 43. We get flurry damage 12, so it's 55. And 55 plus this is not enough. So we would need to Vigilance Crescendo 67. And then this would be enough, but if this costs 3, she's sitting on 17. Hitting us into our face for 28. And there's literally nothing we can do about it. So in 1 of 4 cases we take 28. That's not ideal. Yeah. What, can't Vigilance Crescendo naked? Naja, the line is of course Fear No Evil Eruption, gain to 6 energy, then play Vigilance Crescendo, be at 5 energy. Yeah. How much damage is Flurry in that line? Yeah, enough. Like, we have the kill if the Cutthroat Fate is on 2. But the problem is we cannot scout it beforehand. Because once we played the Cutthroat Fate, we cannot do the Vigilance Crescendo any longer. So, what does that mean? Yeah, that means we probably go for the Dagger upgrade. And if we go for the Dagger upgrade, we play Vigilance first to get it into the shuffle. So that would be Vigilance Eruption going into shuffle. Taking a little bit of damage, but then being set afterwards. We take damage 9, but for that we gain the upgrade. Which is fair, right? We do not always gain the upgrade, but it's definitely better than having a 75 at 25% to take a lot of damage. What, cut first to see what energy you get, and then you can still not do this. So no. Yeah. We could see whether this is 0 energy. I mean, this on 0 energy does solve it, as a matter of fact, right? Does it? $35, 27. No. Not anymore. Yeah, because we need to scout beforehand, like always, right? Yeah. So now we actually really have the decision whether we want to take 9 or whether we want to upgrade the dagger. My problem is that we do not even have a guaranteed dagger upgrade. Or do we? Not really. I mean, it's pretty guaranteed. I don't know. So we can take 9 HP, which is probably worth around 50. Or we can take a dagger upgrade. But the dagger upgrade is not guaranteed. I don't know. You would not even take it for 9. Running into elite. It also helps in the elite. I would definitely pay 9 easy for it. But it's not as easy as that, unfortunately. We do not even have a guaranteed solve if we don't do it, so... Ah, another potion. You sucker. We have so much Wrath. We definitely don't take the Fury, right? It is like overlaying more Wrath. We are already like Wrathing so hard. I think I'll just take this here. What about the skill potion? We want this against the Book of Stabbing. We want this against the Slavers, right? Is that true? Probably. This also against Lord of Gremlins. And skill potion. It's more flexible with downside. Oh, you mean if you break then... I mean, this is also reach. And I think reach is very important. Ah, the upgraded dagger thing is kind of a nice thing. And who needs shops anyways, right? We can even deviate if it really looks bleak. What does she do? I mean, the shackles would be good in the redraw, but we are currently not talking about redraw here, right? So, since we always cry, we can just play it. But Deep Breath makes Stride better. But Triple is surprised we didn't take Shackles. The Shackles are doing nothing here in this turn. Or what do you mean? But they are potion drop is 30% now, or what? Or was it even 20? Oh, I think it's 20 or something. Oh, please no. Was a garbage flower? Ah, the flower is not that good, guys. But, what do we do here? Oh, is it one of the infamous 3 energy elite fight? Fortunately, we have a card which deals a lot of damage. The Bowling Bash. Okay, guys, I see you need a break, right? No, I can see that. That's not bad. I mean, I don't mind taking a short break myself. So, yeah, see you after the short break. You want to... what? Third eye first and Piano Evil the middle. And then you have Crescendo into Kill and Dust. Yeah. So this is not right. 18. So Piano Evil. I mean, with all the Wrath, I don't even mind using the Crescendo. This would mean we still have Wrath in the deck. But it's more about the Bowling Bash as well, right? And also about Foresight. So this. Crescendo for the ban. Yeah. Now we can make a call on the Miracle. Honestly, I do believe that the Miracle is value. Somewhat. Huh? What does she do? Oh, you sucker. Yeah, 22 times 3. Yeah, okay. Huh. This? Probably. Ah, you get them split. I was thinking if you draw them in the same hand, we can play them. If we do not draw them into this hand, we can play Vault. If we draw them split, we can cut through Vigilance, Third Eye still. That would mean we block 17. I don't think it gets better. I mean, these are the best block cards in our deck, kind of. So, and I think afterwards the fight is pretty easy. So I'm currently thinking of doing this. We still have the Vault in the deck, that ain't bad, especially if you want to burst later. 17 means we take... yeah, maybe take 3 plus 10, 13. That seems like a good play. I mean, I don't see ways to lethal. Not on 3 energy. Yeah, no, I think that is most likely the best line of play. You want the Ritual Dagger in the shuffle? Good that we kept the Miracle. I mean, honestly, if you take 14 in this fight, that's bad. If you take 14 in this, I mean, yeah, good. I don't know, man. I don't know. All our card rows cries itself, right? So it's weird, very weird to keep the third eye. Since we also have already foresight anyways. 'Tantrum in the shuffle. Yeah, we could use it in the shuffle. Hey. Okay, cool. Alright, so, maybe it's just better to not play the deep breath. But honestly, we could also just play the deep breath. For the dagger? Yeah, but we can also shuffle into guaranteed dagger. So that might be simply better. I mean, matter of fact, we cannot even play the dagger, right? How much is it? 36. 36 plus 32 is not 87. So it might simply be better to cut through. Yeah, cut through is better. No deep breath guaranteeing dagger. It's simply better, right? So double dagger shuffle. Double dagger shuffle third eye or something like this. If we receive the third eye, that is. At least no dagger. Okay, so this is... Yeah, we set up the dagger perfect, right? Everything perfect. 3 energy is killing with the dagger always, right? Does she attack? No. So probably no potion. No, we got a potion, unfortunate. Courier. Courier makes our non-shop option or non-shop decision way better. Liquid Memories means now potion drop goes to 10%, which basically means never. We took in an elite fight in Act 2, 14 HP damage. The dagger upgrade alone is already better than the 14 HP loss. So we got like 3 elite. Yeah, the Wrath of Flame isn't it. The Crusher isn't it. The Just Lucky isn't it. Liquid better than Strength, sometimes the dagger upgrade. Yeah. Is it better than the Explode? The Strength? No, we definitely take the Memory. But the question is Strength better or is Explosive better? And that I don't know. I mean, against the Book of Stabbing, the Strength is certainly way better. And honestly, with the Memories, the Strength is certainly also better against the Slavers. The birds. We cannot face any birds any longer. So we just do this and see. Did you really not receive any rust, huh? Interesting. Yeah, we start with Catastrophe. Any potion doesn't come back now. Catastrophe of the gods. What the hell is going on? Oh. Yeah, Wrath would be pretty good. Vault would be sick. Catastrophe would be sick, and they are the same. We can try again. How much is it if we try again? Probably enough, right? There is no way that this is not enough. Crescendo. So Crescendo means we have 3 energy. And the Bowling Bash is, you suspect is lethal? Me too. Bowling Bash is 28. And this is 46. Yeah, and then we have some friends. So what friends? So Bowling Bash we said is 28, is kill on this guy. And then we can kill this with the others. Clean. Who's the parasite now? Yeah, who is the parasite now? What, you wish you was a fish? Which fish? Wish plus for 3 energy. Yeah, no? I mean, we have 3 energy. What, Catastrophe again? More Catastrophe on 3 energy? I don't think so. It's not good enough any longer. And once is a reasonable guy here and says, what about Empty Fist? We want an exit. Now the problem is that Empty Body is also kind of always upgraded. So Empty Body is certainly always a better exit than Empty Fist. Just saying. I mean, putting aside Empty Mind, but... But I mean, given that Empty Body is common... Okay, that's an important pick here. Holy moly. What is our stance distribution looking like at the moment? 1 vigilance, 1 calm with the fear no evil, and we have 3 eruption. We wouldn't mind some stance in between. We don't have any inner like water. You really want an exit, but not this one. Yeah. The cut-through fates were also better, like at lower energy. I mean, we already have double upgraded. These are always being prioritized over the normal one. And then we even have a normal one. And we also want to get to the dagger, but we only have 3 energy. And we also want to go into eruption. So eruption gives you 1 cut-through fate, but never, like, maybe 2, but never, you know. I also have to say it always competes with third eye plus. And third eye plus is probably better than cut through fate. I'm seriously wondering about the empty fist. Also is question mark or hallway better? Probably question mark, right? I mean, at least the question mark guarantees that we have both potions into elite fight. Naja, now we get Colosseum as well. The book, what about the book? Naja, the book is also less damaging. Nah. Is Empty Fist so bad? I don't think so, right? But the deck has too many attacks. Yeah, I'm very certain we can change that very quick. So what is about the Empty Fist? It might be less required, given that we have so much scry, right? So either we kill an eruption, or... I mean, we also only have 1 flurry of blows. It's really weird, right? Empty Fist competes with the dagger as last card in eruption as well. Yeah, truing that, yeah. Yeah, okay. And so it's skip, yeah. This wish there. I mean, that is 37 gold. With scry. If you play it on strength with the flurry of blow. That is pretty sick, right? That is pretty sick. And now the jackpot. We can use it for plated armor with the orichalcum. That is scary good. I mean, just imagine against the Book of Stabbing. We play the wish for plated armor turn 1. plus Orichalcum, full block. The Book of Stabbing might scale for 7 damage per turn. But the moment where we play this, we scale for 8. That seems pretty insane to me. Right? That seems pretty insane to me. Against all the bosses, it's completely busted. If you think about it. Huh? I think it's very good. Yeah, let's take it. This makes the run probably an hour longer. Currently we are projecting 6 hours. Yeah, also if you take this, it's probably 7. What time is it? 10:40. Oh my god, it's 10:40. The madman picked it. The madman picked it. Oh my god, we found Kunai. The wish is so freaking worthless. The wish is so freaking worthless. Oh my... Oh. Hey, man. So what about the question mark and the thing? It is so stupid. Yeah. But okay, cool. So you're saying the question mark is better than the hallway, but it's not true, right? Or what makes it true? Probably that we have both potions into this fight, right? But what do you do if this is golden idol? Oh, it's the old beggar. Oh. Yeah. But I am not removing the wish, guys. Wait a second, it's a cleric. The beggar is actually the cleric. So, what would you like to remove? No, it's not the wish. So, defend or strike? Probably strike, right? It strikes now. With the kunai and such. This into vault, burst them. I'm just not sure we are on 3 energy. The lucky bomb. You think that's good or what? I mean, thinking ahead is certainly better now. But we can also always assure the vault until turn 2. And how do you block the onslaught? How are we blocking, by the way? Yeah, you already know the answer, right? 14 block turn 1. No, but serious talk here. The bomb is good with the vault, right? We block with like 30 pluses. And then we vault into the bomb. Alternatively, we can skim 2 cards deeper. 2 cards deeper is actually also very, very good. Draw is obvious, says Peter. Yeah, because Ritual Dagger is clean. With Eruption, Ritual Dagger is clean, but without Exit it's not. We also have Bowling Bash with Eruption is killed, but without it's not. Naja, it's just, I mean, it wouldn't be the bait of the ages if we wouldn't have 2 cards which single solve. The card doesn't get to 0 right now. So we somewhat do not have Calm and Eruption. I'm willing to use a potion here, no problem. I'm not exactly willing to use 2 potions. Yeah, third eye is good, right? We can third eye into thinking ahead. That must be good. Good that we didn't take the Scissors Minus. I'm currently wondering about the Scissor. And I do not see us playing everything. So... you know what I'm saying, right? We probably want to try this away because this might be something good. What's that? A bowling next turn. You want to leave these alive. It's the same if you toss it or not. No, thinking ahead draws 2 cards. Eruption, Bowling Bash, Defend. Eruption, Bowling Bash kills this. Bowling Bash is such a bad card, guys. Unbelievable how bad it is. We could set up the Wish. But maybe we just don't. How can we set up the Wish? Ah, we are not setting up the Wish, guys. What the hell? Never. I mean, with like 3 wounds every time coming in, like, thanks, but no thanks. Koi Kawaii says, yeah, the Bowling Bash meme, yeah. Yeah, Wallop is somewhat super weird on 3 energy. I mean, we don't even have the energy to pay our 1 energy cards. It's interesting. Yeah, but interesting bad, especially with because we have like Kunai block with the skills now. Let's not do this, please. But there's Third and Crescendo. Crescendo is specifically interesting. Why? Because Crescendo is exhaust. So we don't want another third eye? We don't? I wouldn't mind it. What? I'm just thinking this is a one-time effect which is strong. So that would make Crescendo so good, you know. But I definitely don't mind any third eyes. The third eye is like so schon Omega good, right? I mean, where are the calm cards? We will find them. One of them is common and comes in upgraded. Yeah. So about this Crescendo there. I love these exhaust cards because the upgrade does play full. Yeah. On the other hand, our deck somehow has infinite amount of wrath, so I would have thought before the last two fights, but generally it's actually true. So it seems to me that we might just pick more third eyes. They also enable stuff like weave and more flurries if you want that. Yeah. Crescendo looks quite bad. Well, zero energy wrath kind of never looks bad. But yeah, we already have on Crescendo which we can retain. And our deck actually has a lot of garbage, let's be honest here. I mean, there's still a lot of trash in our deck. So... at some point we will block in with those. So we take more elites. You were telling me that question marks are better than normals. There's also something about the shop percentage, right? I mean, whenever this is a shop, it's really good for us. The normal got a little bit better because we might find more potions though. What was the last question mark? Oh no. The cleric, yeah right, that's a garbage question mark. So the question marks are getting better now. Yeah. Is Golden Idol risk of ruin? No. These are upgraded. Pretty insane. We do not even lose real HP. Completely insane. Tungsten even. Yeah, good, tungsten or recalcum. I mean, that would have not mattered. I'm not even sure whether tungsten... yeah, or you mean because of the heart or what. With Vault. Yeah, and I think the biggest reason is simply the kunai here, right? I mean, with the kunai, we can basically use this until we have 5 dexterity, and later we just block in with dexterity. What we would need to take is something which retains. On the other hand, we have the scry for that, so it's pretty good. Oh, there is a shop. Okay. Does it get much better? No, not really. You see a weave for 72. Oh, that seems excessive. Talk to the hand. Never, right? We are so no talk to the hand. It's unbelievable. We are so frequently not talk to the hand. Like, yeah. Honestly, it's pretty sick in our deck, the weave. Yeah, the weave is pretty sick. We can buy that, but talk to the hand is definitely not it. The Halt? You mean in our 12 Wrath deck, the Halt seems to perform okay on 0 energy, while we have absolutely none? Yeah, no, I could see that. We don't even need to play the apparitions if you are not blocked in. If you are blocked in, we don't even need to play the apparition. I mean, apparitions, that's also kind of an advantage. Okay. The remove is very expensive. We can still do that later, but not for something. Souvenir wie Halt? Yeah, we could do that. I like it. Is Souvenir good? Always. Okay. But artifact opens fasting. Yeah, I don't know whether it opens fasting, but yeah. The poor guy. He's already done so. He just doesn't know it. We could pull Weave. What is... Apparition? But if apparition... Okay. Yeah. Or do you want the other Thera as well? What did he scry? He scried for one apparition, right? Hmm. 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 Yeah, that is kill. That is kill with dagger and wish. Huh! We are so poor! We are so poor, we are so rich! It already paid itself, by the way. That was 40 gold. Now it actually paid to be in our deck. Paid to be in our deck now. Ornamental fan, not bad with all the attacks. Right? Rush down. Do we ever not take rush down? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Colorless potion represents 1 dexterity. If this would have been an attack. Put a card from your hand to the okay. Rushdown, Foresight. Deep Breath is an attack. Yeah, and we garbage our Scry. What about no? Hmm. Wish. Wish for gold, slightly arrogant. We can do it. Oh yeah, I think we can do it, but... I mean, we could also just wish for strength, become almighty and finish the fight. It's also an option. Kind of feels like minus 30 gold. Yeah, because it was minus 30 gold. A 40 gold strength potion. Yeah, a 40 gold double strength potion. That's pretty accurate. Pure truism. But I also don't mind that strength. And we also have a dagger to set up. I mean, what about that? $84. Wait, and now this guy kills us, we do not play the dagger or what? Yeah, I just play the dagger then. I mean, I don't want to get killed. Yeah, I think we have Risk of Ruin, yeah. I don't see why I should do that. So this is 42. Wait, what? Ah, no, 42 is always enough with the strength potion, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, also you're saying the strength is not required, but no idea. Huh? I mean, I thought we have this wish exactly for that fight, for example. Yeah. Pyramid. Yeah, or fusion hammer. You like the pyramid with the apparitions for GG? Also makes Lotus better. You like the energy? Oh wow. Easy energy. Huh? But we just have pyramid for the win. No? You're just thinking we are stuck on 3 energy? Yeah, it's probably 4 energy, right? And some of these cards are already fitting the pyramid. But yeah, you're right. I mean, these are not very good with the pyramid. Stance in super, this is super, this is super, this is super. This is okay. We will have too many cards. Sure. But this is super. This fills. Yeah. I think we just take the pyramid and then we pick all calm souls and 0 energies we find. Yeah. So burning is already done. Yeah, I don't want to go into the early shop. We just don't have the... I think this is clear. If you want to take the question mark. Do we want to take the question mark? $1,000 gold. Yeah. 10-minute break before the X? No, we are fine. We are chilling. Currently, we are definitely chilling hard. It's so freaking good, man. Yeah, Wave of the Hand is suddenly much worse if you think about all the apparitions. What wave? I mean, whenever you play apparition, weakness is completely super omega irrelevant. Why would you do such a devilish thing? But we don't even have much passive block to proc the wave. No, yeah, at least one always. It wouldn't be so bad, but... But I'm actually thinking Empty Mind. It's not needed because of the pyramid. What? Really? No, yeah, if it's not the Empty Mind, it's the Wave of the Hand. Maybe it's just good to have the Wave of the Hand. And what about the idea that Empty Mind is just good in turn 1? What weakness against 1 times 15 is 0 times 15? What do you mean? No, that's not how it works. And also, we have the tungsten anyways. And once we have our kunai going, we block enough even against weakness. You don't like any of those. Wait. The Empty Mind is doch at least 2 flurries. And in turn 1 or turn 2 it draws you full. Or if you need some cards in a very specific hand, you also get them earlier. That seems like a good deal to me. Yeah, also an exit, yeah. But I'm really wondering about the wave of the hand. What is the application of wave? Naja, it weakens. Yeah. It's weird with the apparitions. It's rather about when the apparitions run out that you have wave. Wave into permanent weakness. It's probably good. Yeah. Now I can see the wave of the hand. I mean, we don't even need to play it if we have apparitions. Then we just play it later. But if we don't, it actually is pretty good. I mean, waving the weakness is very strong. For the snail, for every enemy really. Yeah, for every enemy. Even against the heart if we bricked on the apparitions. It's weakness forever. I don't mind it. For 1 energy that seems to be like quite a good deal. For preserving apparitions? I don't know. Sometimes even for preserving apparitions. But we also have automatic block or automatic block. Maybe the 1 cost makes it clunky. Yeah, the 1 cost makes it clunky. I mean, you know what I'm saying, right? I mean, 1 cost, clunky. Like, what are we supposed to... I mean... The skip is horrible. But I think we will always have a full hand, right? Like, it's nearly not possible not to have a full hand, or what? I mean, the Cutthroat Fates, they do not even lose a card from hand. Once we have rushed on, we always fill. Our hand is definitely full. After Vault is full. This is probably just staying in our hand doing nothing. We even get 1 extra card from this. And you didn't want to take that or what? Did you really not want to take that? You must be out of your mind, guys. Must be out of your freaking mind. Like 40 gold per turn. Yeah, guys, you know what? Let's not take the 40 gold every fight. You're right. So we are rich, boys. This is sick. Okay, skip. Infinite money glitch. Literally. So, Perseverance is super sick with Apparitions and Vault. But, yeah. Mm-hmm. These suckers. I mean, I don't even want to take... Ah, nee, we have solution, right? Yeah. Ha. Suckers. Somehow? Scary, the fight? No. Not that scary. The enemy spiked up. Oh yeah. But no more apparitions? Yeah, but we have piled, right? No? Huh? You wanna take this scissors? Huh. There's something weave. Something weave. Hmm. Ha! Oh, not really, unfortunately. Ooh, ooh. Ha! Okay. Wish turn? Yeah. That would have actually been good, yeah. Why no wish? I thought this attacks every turn. I didn't even check what it does. So sad. Yeah, we just make it this our wish turn is okay. What 40 Gold? Ach, was Sloppy? Alles gut, Jungs. No problemo. Now you wish I did it? No, I did it. What do you mean I wish? Potion. Five elite? What? Did I skip an elite? No. No. Or even 3 guys. Hey! 3 times garbage potion. I got scammed. Yeah! Isn't speed potion artifact kind of good? Yeah, that's why that's why I'm keeping these. I'm keeping these like crazy. Oh my god, wish. Oh, I could get so rich. But on the other hand, I could also be in for comfort. Is it rich or comfort, guys? You never know, man. I think I choose comfort today. Am I a sucker if I take comfort? That's because we are already rich. Yeah, that's because we are already rich. That's right. Ah. Oh. Empty Fist Plus. The exit of the gods. Yeah, I don't know. Somehow Empty Mind was better. Well, huge. It just increased our brick chance, right? What are you talking about, guys? So skip, yeah. This is just breaking more often, or what? But both exits help a lot. What? Both exits help a lot. What exits? I mean, literally, if you reach turn 1... Oh, Strawberry of the Gods, you're right. So if you do not... I mean, why would we ever take this Empty Fist here? Yeah. I mean, it's only about turn 1, right? It's literally the only turn which matters. No, toolbox kills. In like, it kills, it's so good, it kills the hell out of our enemies. It does not kill us. What? Okay. Ey, das ist sowas von sick, the Wish. 40 Gold? No, yeah, but some people here didn't want to take the Wish. The Wish. You know, yeah, like, sure. Nee, klar. Let's not take the Übermight. 40 Gold per fight. Completely clueless. 40, you know. Not like 10, 20, 30. 40. 40 freaking every fight. What are we even talking about here? Completely clueless. Whoa! The Potion Belt of the Gods, man. Pressure points. No, not with this thing. Okay. Oh, cool into that. Is it 8 to 40 gold per fight? I mean, what? They have 40 gold every fight, man. Oh, 40 gold every fight. Can you believe this? No, there's energy if you want that. Think I take energy? I'm pretty sick, right? Hmm. Ha! Artifacted, my friend. Breaking artifacted. How much is that? Oh, come on. Wow, the chucks. Ah, the chucks. Oh my god, they. What? Crazy. I think if you break vigilance, it's better. Oh. Hmm. Hmm? 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 Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay. Suckers. Wait, what? Hmm? What? Wait, that was weird. What? What? Hmm. No, this crap. Oh. Oh, what is that? What is that? It's raining gold just like that. How's that possible? Huh. This just lucky there. Just lucky kunai. Just lucky fan. Just lucky zero energy. Just lucky dexterity potion. Just lucky 3 weaves. We can even upgrade it, the coin of the gods. If we wish to do. Oh. Oh. Oh, that was not good. What? Not enough? Time for a second run, no. But we have 231 damage. No, I think we have a little bit less. Not less. Like, also what did I calculate? Also we have 241. I actually calculate 241. Is that incorrect or what? I thought actually we have 241. 24, 28, 116, 232, 241. Yeah. Unless we have flurry. Oh, we have flurry. Yeah, then it's lethal. 2 weaves in the discard. Yeah, 1 weave and 1 flurry, but that seals the deal. Oh. Wait, did he just draw the weave? Wait, there's another weave? What? Huh? Like, what is happening here? This is so good. Huh? Hello? What? What is that? Huh? It's just really magical what's happening here, guys. All these weaves. Was a spew? What do you mean? I thought we still have like a wish to make. I thought it's still that we have a wish to make. No? Oh, we are nearly through, guys. We are nearly through the garbage. Hey, somehow this game got laggy. I don't know what's happening. Somehow it's laggy. I think the game cannot handle so many weaves. Reset after the fight 9? It's just for comfort. Yeah, it's not. It's acceptably laggy. God, I misclicked this crap. What does it do? Shuffle 3 random skills onto your deck. Is that good? No, I don't know. So... yeah, let's take the 17 for good measure. They cost 0, so you think it's okay? Yeah, probably. So against this enemy we're not allowed to spew. I mean, the problem is that I spewed against this enemy way too often already. And every time I do it, it costs a lot. So let's not do it today. So I guess this inflicts vulnerable. So what about just keeping one apparition in the hand for really safety? Kind of just pretending this apparition does not exist. You know what I'm saying? What apparition? You don't see any apparition. What is this apparition we are talking about? That's what I'm saying. I like that spirit. So, what is that even? What is it? So how much is this high? 26. Hmm. Wait, did I not weave before or what? What? Hmm. 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 72. This sucker. Oh yeah, here. Hmm. We need to go into eruption somehow. Huh. Oh, we are nearly blocked in. We are blocked in. More than blocked in. Did you pick every weave you saw after kunai? Oh yeah, we did. I mean, you see how it goes, right? Crazy. Very crazy. And I do like it. We also got a lot of gold, by the way. This is the effort of wishing for a lot. We are wishing all the time. Okay, this is the time where we need to apparition. This is the turn. Hey, good that these are also attacks. 36% X-Cry. Oh, the void. Oh, the void is better to be avoided. Okay. Pretty cool so far. What? Sorry about that one. No. No. Ah, thank God. Wow. Now we can utilize all the juicy freaking gold, man. 635 into the freaking shop with the freaking mice, man. Oh, ha 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 ha. Okay. So what do we do? This or no, we keep it. But I also keep a short break. So see you after the break, guys. So. What do we do? Power potion over colorless, no? What? Whenever you shuffle your draw pile. And we do like the health? Really? You think we should buy this? Does it not break our turn 1 more often? We could buy this relic here. To see the back of prep. I mean, that might be a little bit better than 1 times crying 3. Okay. Alright, guys. Okay, so this is a little bit better. Slightly better. But you're right, we are actually shuffling here. Look at this. Whenever we get deep breath, we shuffle our deck. We could have now scried 3. I mean, that would have been pretty insane. Yeah, man. You let them know. You let them freaking know. This is madness, man. This is true pure madness. Ha! Too easy. What, speed potions? Yeah, but one is artifact, right? Or what do you mean? Do we draw 3 cards if we do this and this? Oh, no. Wish for gold, yeah, right, wish for gold. Yeah, I think speed potion, but no apparition, right? Yeah. The artifact. Oh yeah, right. Now that you say it. Hmm. Okay. How's the battle looking? You're pretty good. I'm sure about vigilance. It's vigilance energy, right? Yeah. And block is actually energy and block. Hmm. I need to exhaust this garbage, man. Okay, whatever. Yeah, pretty good run, pretty good run. Like that how it went. Very nice everything. Not even close this time. Not even close. Act 1 was pretty interesting. Not really, but you know. Yeah, the freaking shrooms, man. OMG. These suckers. But yeah, pretty good so far. Pretty good. Make it 27. Whooping 27. I like it. What? It was a short run. Yeah, right. Where are we here? Here. Ja, it's midnight here. No. Ja, it's midnight here. No. So machen wir mal hier. Das da. So machen wir mal hier. Guys, thanks so much for watching. See you tomorrow for more amazing Slay the Spire action. Bye bye, guys. Thanks for watching.